Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020. 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Good to see you this afternoon. Please come on and take a seat. We are getting ready to cover Sarah Boone's sentencing, which is going to begin in about 30 minutes. Don't need this one. All right, I'm feeling festive, but the lights, I just can't see them at this angle. It's like the worst possible angle for these lights. All right, welcome. Appreciate you all being here. I found the cough drops that I was looking for during the break. Went to the post office, big nada. Actually, I got a bill from the post office, that's it. Got a bill. And ran to the grocery store, grabbed some graham crackers, some black cracked pepper Triscuits for my son, who loves them. A surprise snack for the podcast, which I won't tell you as well. It's secret. And they were out of eggnog. Didn't get any eggnog. I got a Dutch apple pie. Marie Callender's Dutch apple pie. It was on sale. I could not pass it up. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Yeah, 2 surprises for Thursday already. You can't miss Thursday now because I've got a story to tell and I've got a snack, which I'm looking at right here. You can't see it. It's right. I'm touching it. That's how close it is.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Craig says it's a big old Mountain Dew. It is not Mountain Dew. This is not liquid. This is a different type of snack. All right, it's a good apple pie. I like that kind. I'm looking forward to it with a little whipped cream on top. Yes, this is me. This is me getting set for Christmas. That's all I do right here in the studio. No, hopefully by Christmas I'll have a new desk. I'll have a new standing desk. I still need to order it today, so I can't expect it to be here that quick. But I've picked it out, and I just double checked. It's not the carbon fiber one. It's just black. But I'm good with that. It'll be less reflective. All right, Lori T. Hi, I missed you. Just came back from Italy. Italy. What's Lori T doing in Italy? Oh, that's my version of a take on a popular movie. Can you turn off slow mode? Yes, I will do that. Slow mode is off. All right, let's see. We're about to get started as soon as we get a feed from court. Chris is down there right now. Manhandle this computer to where it needs to be. Chris is down there running our live stream from the media pedestal for the pool feed, and as soon as we get the go-ahead on that, we'll pull that up. It's also going to be over on, let's see, oops, I missed a call. That was spam, never mind. It's also going to be over on our Top Market Media channel as a clean feed for those that need or would prefer to watch it just unadulterated. Is that a good word for it today? Unadulterated? Gally May, you can't get rid of me. Happy Monday, addicts. 19 months. Thank you very much. Katie Bug, also 3 months. Happy holidays to you as well. I'm gonna need to dig into these cough drops before I thought. I don't know why I'm losing my voice, but we've got Hall's lemon is going to be the flavor of the day. So I think I've got about a day's worth in there. Let's see how many are in here. 70. Yeah, that's about right. Hall's cough drops also sold in the candy aisle because they can be consumed like candy. Not recommended. Not medical advice. All right. Sarah Boone. Where we're at with Sarah Boone. She is going to be sentenced today. She has and the range of outcomes that's available to her is quite significant. Every time I talk, my throat's just like, nope, not today. Yes, we have 2 more sentencings this week as well, Virginia Little. One tomorrow and one on Thursday. The range of sentencing, she's facing between 22 and a half years and life in prison. But also, in addition to that, her lawyers, if you remember right, filed a motion saying, we want a new trial because of the outburst that happened in court. So maybe that'll be addressed first. I imagine it probably has to be addressed first before the sentencing. So maybe the judge will handle that. But that outburst was brief. It was when her family members were there. They left the courtroom, but they say that's enough to get a new trial. Anne says, who has their shopping done? Anne, because of Mrs. R.A., I do, except I still have to buy my desk, but that's not really a Christmas present. Drink lemon tea with honey. I've got the lemon cough drop with Deer Park water. It's almost the same thing. Say 30 or 40 years. Chat's not on screen. That's terrible. Now that chat's on screen, I have to say thank you to Jamie. Jamie was first in chat today. Appreciate that. Jamie, we're going to sentence you with internet ownership for the rest of the day. And just make sure it works for all of us, especially Chris down there in Florida as he's connecting the live screen. I just fixed it, Katie Bug. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Hot cocoa sounds really good about right now. I'm not sick. It's just every time I try to talk, my throat just has a little tickle in it. It's like, yeah. Maybe I am sick. I just don't know it. Vocal Zone lozenges, fantastic for laryngitis. Have to look for those. Next trial, we're covering golf car wedding crash DUI. I don't know what we're going to call this one, but they are just starting. We're going to pick it up probably about a day late, and then catch up, and then follow the rest of it. Is 22 and a half the minimum? Yes, it is, Virginia. That's the minimum. So that's the bare minimum. She will be getting at least that. Myers, welcome. How large is the front row? It's pretty big. It's pretty big. There's room for you. I don't think it's laryngitis. It's just like, call it Folly Beach murder. Maybe we'll take some suggestions on what the trial name will be. The wedding, it's not, we don't want a wedding night in there, but golf cart wedding DUI crash murder trial. Can we fit all those in the title, or is that too much? If you call it golf cart, no one will get it and try to correct you the whole trial. And not everyone has a large brain as a weather watch. Golf cart. There we go. We'll call it golf cart, and Thomas will correct us on the podcast. Am I freezing? Nope. It's, I think it's just on your end. Should have taken the deal when she had the chance. I agree. Call it one of the saddest trials ever. It's pretty sad. Wedding Crashers trial. Oh my goodness. The Wedding Crasher. That obviously with the double entendre there. Drunk bride golf cart murder. That pretty much sums up the opening statements of the state. But wait, no, she wasn't. The bride wasn't drunk, was she? I think the defendant was drunk, and the bride and the groom were in the golf cart and got struck by the defendant who was driving drunk, is my understanding. I don't think the bride was drunk. I like Fisherman's Friend. Yes, they are strong. They put hair on your chest. The bride wasn't drunk. Right. That's my understanding as well. But it was a DUI crash, but it was the other driver. All right, we will be getting to that here in just a minute. Let me split my attention just briefly as we get configured. We'll see where we're at here. me reach out to Chris and see where they're. Okay. He's turning on the. Okay, we have a feed we're connecting to right now. We'll get this for you here in just a minute. They're going to start in about 15 minutes if they start on time. But I've got to do a little tech stuff on this side to get everything working. I think my family's playing a really fun game in the other room. I can hear them burst out laughing every couple seconds. I was not invited. Ozzy, you are early. You're early. Yes, that's Mrs. R.A. cracking up. I don't know what they're watching. I think it's a comedy video. But okay. All right, our modems are connecting right now. We've got T-Mobile connected. AT&T, Verizon, and AT&T are just powering on. So give us just a minute. There's our 4. Okay. Now I need to bring in the video for you. .2666 kilobytes per second. 3, 4. Okay, we're good. We're good. Here we go. It's coming through. And let's bring you this one. There we go. We are live. Finally, we've got our audio and video out of the court, live with Sarah Boone. Takes a little bit to make all the connections work, but we got there. Iris gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Iris. Appreciate that. Introvert. I'll have to talk to Chris offline. I don't know where we're at there. They're working on some stuff. DMB secondest member for 23 months. Almost 2 years. Time flies when we're watching Crazy Criminals. Yes, it does. It's great. I've missed this judge. Oh no, help me. Hubby has somehow discovered how to shop on order online. Mel, you're in for trouble. You're in for trouble. Lock down the credit cards. Well, you can.
Test.
Oh, we got tone. I'm gonna turn off that tone because that is a little loud. That's a test tone for the TV feed. Wonder what mood Sarah will be in. One wedding and a funeral. Oh my goodness. A DUI wedding and a funeral. No more street clothes and makeup, right? She is convicted now, and there's no jury to preserve the appearance. Yep, Trial TV is, we are partnered. They are literally on the ground running our equipment, so we share the feed that comes out. So Chris is doing a great job down there He has been phenomenal. Let me just say, if you guys ever get a chance to work with Trial TV on a project, they're really, really good. He's been phenomenal. Early to court every single day. He's been the pool media source for the outside, getting it set up.
Voicemail, press 2.
Hey, this is Scott.
Yeah, hey, it's me, Angela.
Hey, Angela, how are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good. I know the court is about to start, so I'm going to be short. Mm-hmm. I am not going to be able to. I'm going to be able to watch the first part of the hearing because I have some other commitments. But I will be with the rewatch crew. I sincerely hope that she will get life in prison because she deserves it.
Right.
And I hope that the judge does not go easy on her because that what prosecution put in the rebuttal is very powerful. I don't think the judge will have any doubt in giving her life without parole. So, yeah.
Do you think there will be mitigating factors? I mean, she had a lot of pictures of bruising.
I mean, it can be, but those videos from the rebuttal, that was more powerful than, I mean, it can also be said as defensive wounds, Yeah. That he tried to, it can also, I don't know, maybe self-inflict. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but on the other news, I have some, how to say it, interesting news.
What's that?
You know that we have, all of you know that we have a problem with our beloved tenants. Well, there has been a twist in the story. They may have moved out without telling us.
Isn't that great? Sounds like they all probably left a bill as well.
Well, they should have told us that they are moving out. We found out by them not telling the bill for December. The rent, because here you pay 1 month ahead. So they did not do it, and we believe they took out all of the stuff from the house. Yeah. So yeah, and if it turns out that they have moved out without telling us, we have a case to sue them.
Yeah.
Because we have agreement they need to tell us if they are moving out before we set the date.
Good luck with that. I know that's not fun to deal with. Luckily, I've had nothing but good tenants here. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, thank you so much.
Wonderful.
And this was everything. That was all I wanted to say. So, see you tomorrow. Well, since I don't know if you'll still be alive when I'm done. So,
sounds good.
Have a nice day. And, bye-bye.
Thanks, Angela. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, nightmare tenants. The court has turned off the feed briefly. It's off at the box. So we're waiting for them to bring that back up here in just a minute. Can we do a poll on how many years? Well, I don't know because I can only give you 4 answers. I'm okay with you guys just putting in chat how many years you think she's going to get. I will tell you the minimum is 22 and a half. That is the bare minimum that she can be assigned. She might serve less than that, depending on how the laws work in Florida with good time, time served, and well, I guess she will get time served as well. But 22 and a half is what she's up for. Let's see, 25, 30, 33, 40 with time served is my guess. No parole in Florida, so no early out. 30, 25, 22 and a half. Life, says Matthew P. 50 years, says Renee. 30 or 40, she'll get time served, which is nearly 5 years. By her count, about 7. Chris and Jules thinking 40 years. Yeah. I don't think we're going to get a number higher than 40 unless it's life. Does that make sense? I think Judge K will be stern. Think of the judges that have dealt with all this stuff at all this stuff that's been, thrown at them because of Sarah Boone. I wonder if he's going to be frustrated about that.
Call from
Stephanie Mitchell.
Hey, Stephanie, this is RA. How are you doing? We've got just a minute before court should be on. What's up?
Just wanted to give a quick shout out to my best girlfriend, Denise Younger, for introducing me to your channel and enhancing my criminal justice education experience.
That is awesome. You've got a great friend. It's wonderful having you and your friends.
And I wish I could designate a gifted membership to her specifically, but YouTube won't let me.
Yeah. All you can do is have the setting turned on and then hope that the YouTube algorithm will hit you. So
yeah, I know.
I brought that up with my manager, my YouTube manager, and said, look, is there some way we could do some targeted gifting? Because that would be cool. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the call.
You bet. Bye for now.
Bye. All right. Just waiting for the feed still. I think they turned the camera off after testing it. They're going to turn it on, probably on right before we go live, so I'll let you know. Just working with Chris. They're on the ground. Zimmy just gifted a membership. Congratulations. Goes out to one deserving person. It was Gina W. Gina, congratulations. Appreciate that. And Zimmy, welcome to the gallery. We had 5 gifted memberships earlier. That was from Danny Austin. Thank you, Danny, for your generosity. I didn't see who those went to, but I'm sure they're good people. And another 5 from Danny Austin. Thank you. Thank you. I asked about the this issue with longtime members not getting gifts, and asked them to see if they can look at the algorithm and change that. Sorry, my attention's divided, trying to get the signal back from the courtroom as soon as they provide it to the media portal. My chat hasn't moved this fast since RA asked for cat advice. You think Sarah Boone's going to give a speech? I don't know if she will. It's weird to think that we're almost done with Sarah Boone. Well, there's going to be appeals for sure. Had a great Thanksgiving. Thank you very much. We ended up feeding the turkey to the cat because I might not have cooked it properly. When you're not sure, you don't eat it. Hope she gives a statement. The chat is going really fast. I'm having a hard time keeping up with it. Just one second here. We're going to put a little bit of a slow mode on for 30 seconds. Most of us don't need to say something less than 30 seconds apart, so that shouldn't affect a lot of it. But we'll never be done with Sarah. I hope she gives a speech so we can see if she has any remorse. I have not seen any, and I haven't seen anything that would indicate that she has developed remorse over the course of this trial either. Kiki liked the turkey, turned his nose up at how dry it was, though. see. She has a lot to say. She'll definitely speak. One last chance. Yes, Boone can appeal for sure. I believe her existing lawyer is representing her, but this will be the last time they represent her, I believe. I don't believe they're doing the appeal going forward. Lena Green, thank you very much for the super chat. Welcome. Good to have you here. So this means no more Sarah Boone letters, or those still be coming? I think as long as she has representation that she feels comfortable working with and feels like things are happening, I don't believe there will be letters. If for some reason she feels that it's there's no progress, I think we'll go back to writing letters. Yeah, there went our next case, the golf cart. The defendant is pleading guilty right now. She's pleading guilty. So that was quick. So maybe we're going to be looking to Santa Fe for the trial down in Santa Fe that we talked about this morning. They were literally in jury selection. They're doing jury selection, and they pled guilty at the last minute. When is Treehouse case back? It will not be back. There's another plea that was taken in the Treehouse case. Franklin Tucker took a plea, pled to burglary with masked or something like that, and got time served, and so he's free now. All the rest of the charges, 2 through 5, were dropped. So there's 2. Cue the verdict music. So no contest plea for Ty. How long do I think? I think 40. Shore Life Creation, so glad to be part of this group. Can't wait to see Sarah go away for a long time. I think that, I don't take joy in the idea of somebody going away, but I think that prison is probably the right thing for her, based on how she refuses to accept that she's done anything wrong. Still waiting for the feed here. Also waiting on a verdict in YSL. That might be a couple days still. Sarah Boone hasn't taken any responsibility for anything she said. Everybody's waiting on this feed right now. We've got people down in the courthouse waiting for it. We do have Jules down there as well. She may be able to call in. So write letters no matter what. We'll watch for them. If they're letters, we'll watch and see what happens. That might be a little insight into how she feels about her lawyers. Remember, throughout her trial, her legal team, which was, I will just say for the record, she had an amazing legal team put together at the last minute for her trial of people who volunteered and stepped up and were good attorneys who fought hard for her and did a great job. Throughout the trial, the judge was very pointed in asking Sarah Boone how she feels about the representation she's had thus far and going forward, and what's her relationship with the attorneys. Is everything good? And she would use words like completely and absolutely, as like 100%. I'm on board with this. I'm happy with what they're doing. I'm happy with the pace. I'm happy with how they're what they're presenting, how they're doing it. I'm absolutely on board. Hindsight, though, may change that perspective a little bit. They're really trying to build the anticipation. Judge Kranick is still at lunch. That's the lowdown. The judge is still at lunch. That's why we don't have a feed yet. Benefield is tomorrow. We're going to have that one as well for you. Ballerina sentencing tomorrow. Burn pile on Thursday. The golf cart one disappeared. That was going to be our new case, and it's gone. So we'll have to watch for another one. All right, you said 40 years for the Sarah or the golf cart lady. I don't know what the golf cart lady is in for as far as the verdict or the sentence. Sarah Boone has a minimum sentence of 22 and a half years. That's the lowest the judge can go. The maximum is life in prison and anywhere in there. So it's going to be 22 and a half to life. She's facing 25 in the golf cart one. Yeah, the judge did a great job about the whole ineffective representation. Benefield's going to make a big scene. Are you calling it right now for tomorrow? Amanda, thank you. I'll watch for that. Judge Fleischer has been on today. We might, since our other case is going away, depending on what happens with Sarah Boone, we might jump in and watch that from Judge Fleischer this morning. Judge Fleischer is one of our favorite judges. Still in awe how she did not take the plea. It was the right thing to do in my book. I mean, this was not a whodunit. It is going to be streamed. As soon as the judge arrives on the bench, that's when we're allowed to turn the cameras on. They turned them on briefly. We showed you the cameras are up. Audio is working. And now the cameras are off. While we wait for the judge to show up. Have the spinning wheel on top, Mark. Yeah, that's because we're waiting for the feed from court. When the feed comes back, it will restart. Judge got distracted by the desserts on offer today. Maybe the prison's cooking up pork chops. You never know. He's eating R.A.'s turkey. He might have other problems if he's eating the turkey I cooked. Okay, we have a feed coming back. Okay, here we go. Go live. Give us just a second. We'll have this for you. Just verifying it on my end. It's looking good. I've got the court seal, and then we'll bring it to you like this. Spinny wheel's going to go away here in just a second. It's taking its sweet time. There we go. Now we're live again. With the tone.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Okay, still waiting on the judge right now. But we're now live from the courtroom, so we'll see if Sarah's already there and waiting, and we're just waiting for the judge. We might be the last people to the party here. It seems like this would never come, right? There was a time we were like, she'll never go to trial. She can stretch this on forever. But here we are. She's convicted, second-degree murder, and here we are at sentencing already. As soon as we get audio from court, if you'll give me just a minute to perfect it as much as I can, as far as the audio levels and the sound, should be pretty good. Normally, has the judge already decided the sentence? I don't think so, because he's going to hear some things that might impact his decision today. He might have an idea of a range he's looking at, and then move within that range.
I'm pretty sure that's what I found.
Okay, so Mrs. R.A. is telling me that the golf cart case, there are 2 golf cart cases, and we might not have a plea deal in this one. One's a guy and one's a girl. So we might still be on with the... Can somebody dig that for us, one of our mods? Maybe the girl pled. It says KK girl. The girl pled. Okay. That's the one we were going to watch. Bummer. She just took the plea deal. Okay, the girl just took the plea deal. The guy was, I think, it was like 3 years ago, there was a guy charged in the golf cart murder case. This is why I don't golf, Mel. It's dangerous. Mostly, and I'm not good at it. The short description of how I golf. My arms get tired before my legs do because I swing the club a lot and the ball does not go very far. So I'd rather that I have to walk a long ways to get to where the ball was and swing a little bit less, but it's the other way around for me. Mouth says Sarah Boone will not go down quietly. It's not her style. I believe she will have an opportunity to speak today, and she's taken on previous opportunities. Celestial Heather, welcome. Welcome. You saw us over on Runkle. Well, just for you, Celestial, I've got a sound effect just for you. It's right here.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
That's Ian. Love Ian. Ian's amazing. He gave us permission to use that sound effect. So now that's when he was talking about the UPS delivery system in Canada, how terrible it is. Ian's amazing. If you do not follow any Canadian lawyers yet, follow Ian. He's amazing. He's absolutely incredible. Fun guy. He's got runkleisms. He's got sayings that will just have your side splitting. Even when he's dead serious, he'll just come out with some of the funniest stuff you've ever heard. And smart and insightful and just a nice guy all around. So well worth the watch. His channel is called Runkle of the Bailey. Corey May. I kind of think Sarah would choose again the attention of trial. Verdict notwithstanding over the 15-year plea. Wow. All for the attention. She might. And thank you for the super chat. No, we don't hate you in Canada. No, we don't. We don't. We love Canadians. We've got quite a few Canadians in this group here, and they're an amazing bunch. We are watching the sentencing of Sarah Boone, which is supposed to start, well, supposed to start 15 minutes ago. But it is what it is right now. And as soon as the judge comes in and begins, that's when we get the feed. Well, we have the feed now, but that's when we start hearing the proceedings. So, facing 22 and a half years up to life in prison. Tower Hill Girl, did you say Treehouse pleaded? Yes, the Treehouse murder trial, Franklin Tucker. He took a plea. It was a no contest plea to the first charge, which was robbery with while masked. It might have been robbery while masked with a weapon or something like that. Got sentenced to time served, which was I think 912 days or something. It was basically time served, and the other charges were non-prossed. Didn't prosecute the others. Null pros. Go vote for Runkle and the Gundys. Yes. I voted for him just yesterday. You do have to, if you have not done this, first of all, the easiest way to do it is to follow Ian on Twitter or on X and go to his post where he says, hey, I got nominated. Give me a vote. And then click the link. You do have to make an account. It's not painful. It doesn't hurt. Make an account, save your password, and then just go vote for him every day. He can win. The Gundys are awards for YouTubers that specialize in the firearms section of YouTube, which is, for anyone who knows YouTube, is a very dangerous place to hang out because the rules are very strict there. And it's also a very insightful and oftentimes entertaining section. And he's up for the most entertaining creator, which is great. I'd love to have him fly down to, Vegas, to get the award if he gets that. Maybe I could meet him there. Canadians love you. Thank you. That's why this is so funny when Ian says this.
Because we here in Canada hate you.
Ian, I don't know any Canadians that hate anyone. They're the nicest people I know. So when I heard that, I'm like, I need that soundbite. I wonder if there's... has anyone checked the docket there in Orange County? I'll do it now. Here, just one second. Let's see if something new has come in for Sarah Boone. We've got some motion. Oh, we've got motion. Okay, give us a minute here. We're going to answer the mood question for Sarah Boone right off the bat. My feed, because it's straight from court before it goes through YouTube, is a few seconds ahead of yours. But you'll get that here in just a minute. It looks like we are proceeding, and Sarah Boone's going to be there and answer right off the bat what her mood is today. There it is. There's your answer. She's happy as can be. Charlie says, found you because of Cavalcante, stayed on because of you. In you, I have found my people. Charlie, thank you very much. 1 year, Charlie. Can you believe it's been a year? The Cavalcante manhunt was a crazy, 13, 14 days? That was wild. I found through Cavalcante, I found a bunch of amazing people out of Pennsylvania. I can tell you that. We've got a very strong representation out of Pennsylvania now among our community, and they're great people. She's really chipper. She probably, when she looked back before, we heard that there was a special friend she had that was there that sat behind her, possibly a friend she made in court. Or not in court, but in jail. So, see if we can see the audience and see if We can see Jules and some of the other people who might be there at the sentencing. It looks like over there we're looking at the family, George's family. On those first two rows. Ten family members there. Is Peter there? I'm glad he got to go. I know he had some conflicts with pretty much the hurricane and things like that previously that prevented him from attending part of trial. But no, he said he wanted to be there for part of this. Still waiting for the judge. Is Owen showing her the chat? I don't know. Horizontal mode, scrolling. I'm thinking this is probably a filing document. Let's see if anything new popped up. It looks like it's text. Thankfully, we can't read it. We're not supposed to anyway. Oh, we've got an Amber Alert on my phone. LaGrange, North Carolina, possibly in Wayne or Lenoir County. Check local media for more information. Amber Alert. Apparently, no data. Just telling us it's an Amber Alert and then go to social media. So now we have to figure out what's up from there. Those are not my counties, but still I like to keep aware of that. Sloth Life gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I went to Wiggle Styles. And Clipson's Vixen, member for 21 months, one of our great mods. I'm not late for Sarah Boone sentencing. I slept on the last day of my 5-day holiday weekend that nobody else in my office got. Amber, you keep that show running. Appreciate you being here. I'm checking social media to see what the update is on the Amber Alert. This is North Carolina specific. Amber Alert for missing 15-year-old North Carolina girl. Lenoir County Sheriff's Office issued the alert just before 1:30 for Yesenia Denise Lopez. She's 4'11", weighs 150 pounds, has brown hair, brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a white sweater and black pants. No further information. I think there is further information because they need to meet certain standards. You can't just have a missing child and have it be an Amber Alert. There has to be some element of a danger for the child, but that hasn't been released yet. Josh, thank you very much. Appreciate you doing some work digging for a new trial for us now that the golf cart murder trial has pled out. Rolling with 7. Been here since Daryl Brooks. That makes you an OG. Don't know what she said when she turned around. She is remarkably chipper, is what I'll say. Still waiting for the judge, who's not there yet. Prosecution's there, defense team is there, Sarah is there, the family is there, so it's just the judge we're waiting for. Getting a little bit of audio from court. I'm going to boost that as much as I can. Sorry, let me get my mouse off here. I'm not seeing Peter on the family side. Lawyer's packing up. Looks like he doesn't plan on being here very long. This could be a very quick hearing. Sarah needs some help getting the papers out. The handcuffs make that difficult. Both Jules and Chris are representing Top Mark Media in this trial. We're registered with the court, so they are media for these trials. They can be in the jury box. Chris is actually outside, though, at the pedestal, running the equipment out there. That's her speech? Oh, my goodness. We'd be here for days. It is handwritten. She may have something to say. I mean, she's always got something to say, but... Kelly, she's going to find out today what the sentence is. Obviously, she was convicted previously by a jury. The judge passes the sentence after a pre-sentence investigation. That's been completed. There may be some evidence or testimony given regarding her sentence today. Possible victim impact statement type thing. But the judge can choose anywhere between 22 and a half years and life in prison as the possible outcome. And that is still his choice. And we don't know. There's no indication yet as to where he's going to rule on that. Breezy, thank you very much. I saw the text message on the Santa Fe trial. Same judge as the Rust case. That'll be interesting. Got the motions for a new trial because of the outburst in court. The victim's family verbally broke down. I just sort of, when somebody started sobbing in court during, I believe it was playing one of the Suitcase videos, and the defense team used that outburst. First of all, they treated that as if it had never happened before. The way they responded, it would be as if that's the first time anyone in any court ever has cried when some evidence of their family member being murdered was presented in court. Obviously, that's not true. But they were completely flabbergasted by it. They were just, I can't believe it. I've never seen this before. Clearly, they have. Everyone knows about it. It is not supposed to happen, especially in front of the jury. But I don't think it was. I mean, they were trying to get as much mileage from that outburst as they possibly could, and I think they overplayed it a little bit. I think the judge handled it properly. Speaking of which, I think he's here. Nope, not yet. That was the other door. But there is that motion on the table. The state has responded to the defendant's motion for a new trial. And then we have, today we've got a notice of confidential information within court files motion. That's the psychological evaluation by Julie Harper. Let's see. That's Mr. Owen says the entire document is confidential. They want that document to be kept secret. But the pre-sentence investigation has been locked for that reason. That file's in there. Lee, thank you very much. 21 months, OG. Lee, good to have you here. One of our other great court watchers. Appreciate that, Lee. Would 40 years be like a life sentence? Todd, I've heard that prison ages people faster than being on the outside. But if she's 47 right now, she's 46, 47, something like that. You add 40 years to that, 87. That's a long time. That's a long time to be in prison. So the defendant's motion for a new trial, the state responded today with a filing. So I believe the judge is going to address that probably before he does the sentencing. They fell on the ground and started flailing like a soccer player. That's a good analogy of how defense took the outburst. And it's wrong. Defense was right to say, hey, we've got a problem here. But I don't think the judge handled it incorrectly. Kelly, for contrast on this comment, I've never seen them chain up hardened criminals like they have Sarah. Compare Sarah to Brian Koberger in Idaho, who's accused of stabbing 4 people to death in their dorm rooms. Sarah is chained, and Brian comes in in a 3-piece suit and no visible restraints. It's every state's a little different in how they handle it. Sarah's convicted. They wanted her brought in chains. They had her in chains before she was convicted. Now she's convicted. Now it makes sense. But I'm talking about pre-trial. She was brought in chains while she was in custody. She'd been held for 4 years. So compare pre-trial Sarah Boone with pre-trial Brian Koberger. That's what I'm saying there. Okay, bailiff's present. We can start now. The painted handcuffs are to signify that they belong to the transport or to the jail. You don't want like a bailiff's personal set of handcuffs that's part of their duty equipment to end up at the jail. A lot of officers take a great deal of pride in how they maintain their handcuffs, and they like their set, even though the keys are all the same. The jail sets and the personal sets, they try not to mix those up. So painted helps keep them straight. I don't know if she's talking to a friend or to a lawyer there. They've muted the court feed. Jackie, oh no, pretty cold, smiling like that in front of the family, of his family. She just does not care about anyone. She certainly doesn't appear to be mindful of the optics of what it looks like to walk into a sentencing hearing, beaming, grinning from ear to ear. The smiles are for somebody at the back row, somebody straight behind her. So it looks like she's trying to talk to counsel there on the bench behind her, which is appropriate for having the audio muted. Somebody said something about Corey Richens. Pen pals. Well, Corey has to be convicted first, but I think there is some sort of conviction headed her way. There's a lot of charges and a lot of evidence against her. You've forgotten about Prison Break. Prison Break Investigations is the investigator that Sarah hired on this case to help her sort out everything from where her attorney is to help her get a view of all the evidence against her. They've kept him on, and he's sort of become an errand boy for the prosecution, sometimes being the in-between guy making things happen. But Prison Break Investigations, unique name, specifically because the logo for his company, which I believe is a company of one person, looks identical as the movie title fonts. Like they just photocopied the front of their movie and used that as their business logo. A new witness in Corey's trial. Ooh. We'll have to look into that. Let me turn off my logo, see if we can see anybody. They're not showing the people close here. It's extremely unique font. That's straight copy. Wonder if the judge got hung up on lunch. It's not like him to be late like this. We can do a quick informal poll. For those of you who think that Sarah Boone is going to get the maximum sentence or should get the maximum sentence, just click the like button on the channel. Those pages in front of her are handwritten notes. There, you can see they've got 3-ring binder holes, so that's like loose leaf paper. That's something she probably wrote and prepared for today. It could be one of her longest letters yet that she reads to the court. This is interesting. Little body language. The lawyer nodding and Sarah shaking her head might be the first sign of disagreement we have between between her and her attorneys. Lucky 13, aside from this, what big cases are you looking forward to covering next year? Lucky 13, Brian Koberger for sure, Corey Richens for sure, possibly Lori Vallow. Let's see, who else is coming up next year? Brian's going to be the big one, probably the longest trial of next year. We're not going to pick up any RICO type cases, so no YSL. 3 years later situations. So Brian Koberger, at 12 weeks could be quite lengthy. Jewel says, I'm sitting on the defense side behind Sarah with Fox News, Court TV, Orlando Sentinel, and the lawyer is sitting on the prosecutor's side. Behind the family members and the two jurors. The two jurors want to see it through. That is interesting. Crystal, I'll have to look into Maxwell Anderson. I haven't made a decision on that one yet. The poll was just on the like button. Looks like just shy of 1,000 of you, 934 of you. Click the like button. Thanks for that. That helps the channel. It is free.
All rise, court to order.
Good afternoon. Bill, can we speak? Thank you.
His judicial assistants or his students come in and sit next to him. Best seat in the courthouse, right next to the judge. Get this audio a little better.
Calling State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603. State.
Steve Cacciatore on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk is going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Ms. Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree. We are running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial. Anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right. After reviewing the motion and the state's response to same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied. Based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and the review of all the evidence, and the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time. The court has reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation prepared by the Department of Corrections. Are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address, Mr. J. or Mr. Cacciatore, before we proceed?
Not from the state.
Are there any housekeeping matters from your side of the ledger, sir, that we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Judge, I do have
We have a poll up for you on
4 lay
the
witnesses that are
sentence.
going to testify. We've got Dr. Harper here to testify. Of course, my client's going to testify. But one of the 4 lay witnesses wants to appear by Zoom. She lives up in Minnesota. I don't know if that's allowed.
We don't have an objection to that. One of our witnesses will be providing an impact statement would also like to appear on the court's virtual link as well.
Okay, so stipulated. If you need it, just let Anita know, and I can submit. I can have her email it to you right now. The link.
We do have the link. She's waiting to get on, I guess.
Who might it be, sir? I have several people.
It should be Lana Albert.
She is here, sir. She's in the. She's viewing. Her camera's off, and she's microphone is muted, but she's in the lobby.
Okay.
All right. With that, State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take an impact statement from, I believe, Anna Torres, which you will be appearing virtually.
I see several guests, but I do not see Anna Torres in the virtual lobby, sir.
Well, I think while maybe she's having some issue logging on, we have also in-person witnesses.
We can proceed with those first, sir. Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Blanca Torres.
Okay. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
Okay. I just want to tell Sarah Boone that I don't hate her for what she did. And I always remember that evening when that lady came into my door and she knocked at the door. And she asked for my name. I said, I tell her my name. And then she said, can I come in? I said, okay, yes. And she told me to sit down. I never think that was going to be my son. And then she said my son was dead. Since that day, I can't sleep. It's hard for me to remember that moment. My son is not here no more. She don't only kill my son, she killed a father, a brother, an uncle. It's been hard on my family because all the brothers, they always were together. But now it's like something real. Love is missing. Sometimes when I look out the window, I'm waiting for him to come and say, Mom, I love you. She was always there. She called me. I missed us, Mommy. The last time that I talked to him was at 12 o'clock in January, New Year. He came to my bed and said, Mom. He woke me up and I said, Mom, I love you. Happy New Year. Since that day, I don't see him no more. He was my son. I love him. And I miss him a lot. And my family miss him a lot too. But I don't hear. But you know what? I was blessed. She ain't gonna be blessed like me because I have my son. I raised him. I have his children, my granddaughter, my grandson, and she don't gonna be able to have that. And I did. I raised him. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. State anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you. Wow. You may call your next victim impact statement.
Victoria Torres.
Victoria supported the mom and now is going to give her own statement. She's written on a legal pad.
I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Victoria Torres. My name is Victoria Torres. George is my brother. Unfortunately, my family has experienced two horrifying tragedies. And I just want to make it clear that George deserves justice. As far as my other brother and Sarah deserve to rot in jail. Sarah has caused a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of horrible images, a lifetime of hearing my brother George plead for his life. This is just this moment for all of you. For me and my family, it's forever. Such a simple thing as using a suitcase is so triggering. I try not to close it all the way and leave at least like 2 or 3 inches for the zipper. And it might sound crazy, but it just helps me. She really has flipped my family's life upside down. And I just hope that we can truly get justice for my brother. And I just want to tell the team thank you so much for everything they did. Thank you.
Thank you. State anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could we see if Ms. Anna Torres has been able to make it online?
Do not see an Anna Torres in the lobby, sir. I have lots of guests, HHSA, Mr. Beck, Lana Albert, Jason Gunn.
He's reading off everyone who's in Zoom. She's probably there as a guest and hasn't changed her her username.
Your Honor, is there a cap to the link as to the number of individuals?
Not to my knowledge.
Could we just have just a moment?
Yes.
I think the judge is going to allow them plenty of time. They're trying to get this lady who's up north. She says she's on. The judge being late to court. He's probably being a little flexible with the timing here. He's what, 40 minutes late. These victim impact statements, we've seen a full range of comments where some families do what the Lopez's did and said basically, you know, I don't hate you. I'm not gonna let that fill my heart. But you destroyed us. And then we say others that say I will hate everything for the rest of my life because of what you did and what you took from us. And I'm not the person to judge which one is right and which one is wrong because I'm not in that situation. I don't think anyone who is not in that moment living that experience can fault someone for how they grieve and how they choose to move forward or stay in that moment. But looking at this and knowing that Sarah's going to speak, she's already written what she wants to say. And if I hope she's read the room. I hope she's read the room, because what I heard from Georgia's family is not what I heard from Sarah in the videos, in the interrogation, on the police body cam footage. Sarah's opinion and view of Georgia's family is very different than what we're seeing here. She has quite a stack of papers. Those the papers on the far right, I don't know how many of that stack are what she wants to say, but there appear to be quite a few with a curl to them, a little bit of a curl, and they are handwritten. They're 3-ring punched whole paper, similar to the letters, the paper she used for letters. So she might have a fairly lengthy statement here. There generally are not limits on statements like this, but I'll take it all the way back to Darrell Brooks. There's a time when the judge says, now you're just repeating yourself, or now you're just bringing up the same issues that have already been decided over and over. If that happens, the judge will cut it off. Obviously, she's not going to be allowed to filibuster, speak for forever, and then they can never sentence me. That won't be allowed, but generally there's not a strict time limit involved.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cacciatore.
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Owens, given the fact that the victim's daughter is having difficulties with...
Is that her, Anna Victoria Torres?
Yes, sir.
Is that it? Is that who it is? Yeah. All right, ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Anna Victoria Torres, ANAVICTORIA TORRES.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I understand that you'd like to provide a statement to the court at this time. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be speaking for myself and my two siblings. The murder of our father has impacted us on so many levels and in different ways. I myself, for the first year, would wake up screaming every morning or night, wishing I was having a nightmare, only to wake up to remember all over again that my father is gone and I'll never be able to hear him say he loves me ever again. To know my siblings have been affected in such a way that they are now different. They have had a piece of their heart ripped away from them, all while her son gets to hear his mother's voice and see her alive is pathetic. Because of you, Sarah, my sister is heartbroken. Because of you, Sarah, my brother is left wondering when he will ever see his father again. The loss of my father has left me with chronic depression and anxiety. Seeing any moments of fatherly love or kindness being shown between others in real life or even on TV leaves me in complete shambles. Seeking therapy was a must in order to navigate through my workday without a random breakdown. Thoughts of my father's demise still enter my mind ever so often. I'm left either angry, sad, or sick to my stomach to think of how his final moments were. George Torres, my incredible father. Not only was he my father, but my best friend. My personal comic provided me with wisdom and knowledge, creative and loving dad, an older brother, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, a son, and above all, our father. He was human and deserved to be treated as such. My father, George Torres, was one of a kind, an absolute gem. Unfortunately, his light was dimmed on earth by evilness, but with us, we will forever make his name live on. Especially Sarah, I pray that you see his face when you see him at night. That is it.
Thank you. Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further of this witness?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No other impact statements, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other witnesses or evidence at this point in time, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
Ms. Diane Smith.
Brandy, welcome to the gallery.
Judge, what do you want me?
Thank you. Also,
I have no issue with her being at the podium. If you want to move about the well to conduct your examination, that's fine, counselor.
We're not going to be able to hear him very
Ma'am, come
well.
on up. Come on up to this podium right here, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand, Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Diane Smith, D-I-A-N-E-S-M-I-T-H.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Ms. Smith, tell the court a little bit about you.
I was a chaplain at the 33rd Street Jail for 30 years.
And have you been a chaplain at the jail here in Orange County?
Yes, Orange County Jail
Is it the same jail
30
you're
years.
referring to? Okay. And during that period of time, did you have occasion to meet with Sarah Boone?
I did.
And was it over the course of how long?
I've known her 4 years.
And if you could, tell the court what you'd like to say.
Okay. Well, I first met Sarah. She came in. We have a Christian dorm, and Sarah enrolled in our Christian program. And she was in my classes for a year. And she was very sincere in her efforts to change her life and to be a better person. And I found her very helpful. She was kind and good to people. She loved to serve. And she helped the new girls that would come in, the younger girls. She would mother them and be very kind and very helpful. And then after she graduated from the program, I was her counselor for the other 3 years. And I always found her, very sincere and, trying to do better. I spoke with many inmates that knew her and was associated with her. And they spoke very highly of her and said that, she was helpful and kind and tried to help other people. And I just found her to be, very sincere and trying to be a very good person and change and help people.
Was the Bible involved at all?
Oh, yes, it was all spiritual. Yes, it was spiritual growth plus character, growth and character, trying to just be a better person in general. She liked to serve other people, she would help the girls wash their clothes and show them around and teach. But spiritually, she grew very, very great spiritually.
Thank you.
Hang on, ma'am, just 1 second.
Ma'am?
Hang on just 1 second, Ms. Smith. State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
I'd like to call Christina Pena. It's right here.
Yeah, it's fine, Counselor. Thank you.
I'm wondering if her friend.
Ma'am, come on up if you can. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Testify.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ma'am, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us.
Christina Pena, Christina Pena.
All right, you may inquire, sir.
Ms. Pena, how old are you?
31,
And where do you live?
Orlando.
Now, it's my understanding, Ms. Pena, that you were in the county jail with Sarah Boone.
Yes.
How long were y'all in the same cell together?
Yes, I was in there for 4 years, but we were together for 3.
Okay. And I understand ultimately the charges against you were dismissed?
Yeah.
And so you were released on what day?
April 4th this year.
2024?
2023.
2023. So you've been out for a pretty long.
I've been out for like 6 or so months now. Yeah, since April of this year, actually. Sorry.
April of 2024. And you said y'all were bunkmates there together for about 3 years?
Yeah.
I would assume that y'all got to know each other pretty well.
We did.
Okay. And if you could, if you'd like to speak on her behalf to the judge.
Yes. Sarah's one of my best friends, my only.
Take your time.
She's helped me a lot. Spiritually and like growing, and she helps everybody. She's always, I don't know, spirit. She helped me a lot, and she would come to me, she'd talk to me all the time and pick me up when I was down, or if I didn't know something, she's good. I don't know. She was a good person to me. Mistakes happen. She always helped. She always helped people. She was always helping everybody in the dorm. Even like her artwork, she did art. If anybody needed any help or needed anything, they'd come to her and she'd help them. And even if they, did wrong to her, she would still go back and help them and praise with them and pray over them and everything. It's just.
And was she a little bit older than you?
Yeah.
How much older was she?
40, in her 40s.
Did you think of her as maybe an aunt or a big sister?
Big sister, yeah. She was like a big sister. Like a sister I never had. Because I have brothers, so I never, we clicked right away. I don't know. We'd be walking out in the backyard and she just would always try and talk to me, but I'm a quiet person and I don't trust a lot of people. So for me to open up and trust somebody, it's a lot. So.
And obviously y'all were there under difficult circumstances. Did she assist you in getting through that?
Yes, and she helped me a lot with my my case, and I would help her with hers too. We're both. Justice is not what it is. I don't know how.
Bless you.
Another bless you.
We both helped each other out. I don't know.
Ms. Vignon, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Ms. Hill?
HB, thank you.
Yes, sir.
After Ms. Hill, I want to take Ms. Albert, please.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Albert after Ms. Hill.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Mariela Hill, Mariela, last name Hill, Hill.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ms. Hill, briefly tell us a little bit about yourself.
I met Sarah in jail. I spent 3 months in jail and went through a lot of unfortunate circumstances myself.
All right, now this was in the Orange County Jail here in Orlando?
Orange County Jail.
And when would that have been? Do you recall the dates?
Yes, it was April, from April to June of this year.
Of this year,
2024.
2024.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And did you develop a relationship with Sarah Boone over the course of that 3 months?
Yes. We met when I was moved to the B dorm, and I needed help with a form that I needed to complete, and one of the COs pointed to Sarah to help me out. And since that moment, we became really good friends, and she was so helpful, so kind, so respectful and loving, not just to me, but to everyone. And I have nothing but good things to say about her character, her loving heart, and how deep her faith is, her faith in God, and believing in justice for everyone. That's what I believe.
Believing in justice for everyone.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hill. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me? This is Judge Kranick, and if you can, I would ask you to turn on your camera and unmute yourself at this time, please.
Sir, how do I unmute turn on my camera? I know how to unmute, but I'm not sure how to turn the camera on.
Turn the volume down.
So, ma'am,
is that better?
When you join the link, there should have been an option for like a pull down on the left-hand side of the screen for you to open out or turn on a camera. I don't know what device you're appearing on, if it's a cell phone or a laptop.
It is an iPhone. Should I try to re-enter the room?
Yeah, try to do that. There should be an option for you to pick a camera. And you'll either select the default camera, and hopefully we'll be able to see you at that time.
Okay, let me just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Judge is quite chipper, so sure. We'll just sit here and wait while you try to figure out technology that most of the world figured out back in 2000. But very patient. It's all good. I love the casual combo. I love the bless yous. I love that we got another bless you. And I'm calling for maybe one more bless you during the sentencing here. We counted bless yous during the trial because it doesn't matter what's going on. Well, actually it does. During closings, I don't think he did bless yous. He skipped the closing bless yous. But any other time, if somebody's talking, somebody sneezes, he just says bless you.
Did that work? Can you see me?
I cannot.
Shoot. Yeah, it's saying default camera. It's saying front camera. I chose it. It didn't show my face or anything like that.
Well, we can't tell you from an AI bot, so you might not be able to testify unless you're
limited. State?
What do you want to do? The state can say no testimony.
I have no objection to the witness making their statement here telephonically.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, Miss Albert, good afternoon. If you could just state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Certainly. Lana, Lana, Albert, Albert.
Okay. All right, Mr. Owens is going to ask you some questions. And if you could just answer them, ma'am, I would greatly appreciate it. Sir, you can proceed.
Miss Albert, do you have the ability to turn your volume down?
Yes, I just did. I can't hear you very well when I do that, though.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but very, very quietly.
Can How about you be now? Quieter?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I okay?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. You were too loud earlier.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, Miss Albert, tell the court a little bit about yourself briefly.
Well, I live in Minnesota. I currently have end-stage renal disease. Before I became disabled, I was a business owner in the Twin Cities here.
All right, and how old are you?
I am 50 years old.
All right. And you're considered disabled?
Yes, I am.
All right. And have you had an occasion since this event to establish a relationship with Sarah Boone?
Yes, I have. We have been friends for the past a little over 11 months.
And how do y'all communicate?
We've communicated a lot of phone calls, lots of tablet back and forth, and a lot of letters as well. I'd say many hours of time spent with each other.
All right. And do you want to speak on her behalf here today?
I would, please.
All right. Would you please tell the court what you would like for the court to know?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Your Honor, for the privilege of speaking on behalf of my friend Sarah Boone. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to everyone here affected by this terrible tragedy, which has brought us all here and listening in. Many articles and videos and opinions of Sarah have gone out in the airways and on the webs. Opinions that have been formed and commented on so much that it's hard not to give into the temptation to treat people like a comic book or a fictional character. In the case of my friend Sarah, the words narcissist, Karen, villain, many other things, they roll off the tongue with little regard to the humanity that is dismissed so flippantly. And under a lot of circumstances, I was one of those people, as I have a love of true crime. And becoming friends with Sarah has shown me that there's a lot more depth to the people I see on the screen. I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boone that I know. Sarah Boone is a kind, honest, and good person. The Sarah Boone I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless. How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing impaired and a sight impaired pair of dogs? She has a natural instinct to help reach out and give of herself, her time and energy and love, especially to those who are hurting or damaged. You all have seen her fight for her own life and truth here. I tell you this, she fights even harder for those she loves, giving time, attention, and companionship without a single thought for her own gain or what somebody can do for her. And one huge example is in the matter of our friendship. As I said before, I have end-stage renal disease caused by a genetic illness called polycystic kidney disease. As my life has progressed, things I have taken for granted have been taken away from me. I could not appear in court in person because I can no longer walk, as my dialysis treatments have affected the circulation of my legs and has confined me to a wheelchair. To say that my life has radically changed is an understatement. Through it all, I have many friends and family I love and cherish. Sarah has distinguished herself differently in this way. In the course of getting to know her, I started sharing the progressing state of my health. It was like lightning had struck her. The moment Sarah had learned the depth of my struggles health-wise, she straight up offered strenuously to donate a kidney to me. I got to tell you this. I hope she's not mad for me showing this, but she had no hesitation, no concern over personal risk or personal gain. I want to convey to this, out and around the world, that is merely offering is a good and heroic act. I've had many friends. I've not had one outside of my brother who has offered me a kidney. That is huge. I don't have anything of equal value to give to her. And that's not the actions of a narcissist. She did it as a reflex action, as a good person. After the verdict came in October, we spoke that night. And I hope Sarah doesn't get mad at me again for disclosing this, but out of all the shock and seriousness of what had happened in the court, the thing that made her emotionally break was that she realized she could no longer be a donor to me. I mean, I was sitting there like, hey, you know, it's going to be okay. But she was so broken up, she couldn't help me. That's a friend. She is not, nor does she come up anywhere remotely close to being a narcissist. Now, one more thing before I go. Social media has worked to rip the blindfold off of Lady Justice, to take the sword out of her right hand and start assassinating Sarah's character. However, the scales are the balance. As it says in Psalm 85, mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Justice isn't justice without mercy. Our pursuit of righteousness isn't complete and right without peace. Thank you, Your Honor, for the honor of speaking for my friend Sarah Boone. I hope that your justice is mixed with mercy here today. Thank you.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Albert. I appreciate you.
That was a lot. Wow.
Like to call Dr. Harper?
You want her on the stand, or?
Let's mute the.
I'm okay with her on the stand.
On the stand?
No, she can be right now. Yes, sir.
Be right with you. Yes, sir. I don't see Kevin.
Judge, you want her on the podium?
No, she'd be at the podium. That's fine.
This podium right here.
Doctor, good afternoon. If you could please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. If you could, Doctor, state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Dr. Julie Harper, Julieharper.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Dr. Harper, we all know we were here a few weeks back for the trial, and your testimony, so the judge knows quite a bit about your testimony, but if you could, I know that you prepared a report, and we have submitted that to the court, which the court has read, and the state has a copy. And I don't know if you want to refer to that or just speak on your own about Sarah Boone and what you did to assess her, and then any opinions that you want to express.
All right. I think that during trial testimony, I reviewed all of the documents, excuse me, and all of the records that were available. They're documented in my report as well. In addition to the forensic clinical interviews that I conducted, I also have had the opportunity to talk to her brother, Philip Paulson, in the interim since the trial, and I included his information in my report as to her family background.
If you could give the court a synopsis of what your findings are, and what you uncovered maybe from the brother, whatever you think the court needs to hear this relevant material to his decision in this case.
So referring to the summary section of my report, I'll keep it brief, but I'll outline the highlights that I feel like haven't been conveyed before, which is an understanding of Ms. Boone's early family life, in that she is the middle child of her parents' union, and that her parents did not have a happy marriage. They didn't provide an opportunity to have a good role model as to how to have a partnership together. Ms. Boone was born in close proximity to her youngest brother, 11 months apart, and in my clinical experience and training, I would say that disrupted her attachment with her mother, some being close in proximity with her younger brother, whose temperament just seemed to suit a relationship with her mother better than her own. So ultimately, Ms. Boone bonded with her father, though he wasn't described by either child as an affectionate person. He was somebody that was there for her at sporting events and more of a primary parent for her in that way. His untimely death by heart attack during her high school years was marked by her brother as a turning point for her in how she was acting at home. Her demeanor, her relationship with her mother took a turn for the worse as she was not coping well. She was using substances based on what her brother was saying. And it is my opinion that that early lack of foundational relations with her mom and not feeling very secure, the death of her father, destabilized her. That's a period of your life when you're leaving high school, when you should have formed a very solid foundation to go out in the world. And I don't think that that's what she had at that moment. She bonded easily with Mr. Boone, and you can see that there are elements of that early difficulty with her relationships because she took on a parentified role, in my opinion, during that relationship. And therefore, there's a power imbalance in that she was making decisions and not, again, having an equal relationship. I think that led her to a sense of being a need to be right, a need to feel like she is the one that's making good decisions, to have some ego support by being in the right all the time with Mr. Boone. And I think that led to some behaviors that she carried over into her relationship with Mr. Torres, in that she's parentified around him and acting more like a parent-child relationship, being a facilitator of housing and applications for jobs and things like that. So again, there's a power imbalance that I think was very seriously misaligned, as her brother and the property manager of their apartment had verified. They saw her being abused, physically abused in serious ways, or the effects of the abuse and bruising, or calls to them. It is my opinion that she called for help, but when people got tired of her not leaving Mr. Torres, they stopped responding to those calls. And basically, Ms. Boone handled things on her own. And as other people with healthier boundaries probably would have left, she, being acting out the pattern of intimate partner violence, did not leave. She stayed long past when it would have been smart for others, or others would have said to leave. Sorry. The undergirding of that not leaving the relationship is a long-term anxiety problem that became post-traumatic stress disorder. There is an earlier instance of exposure to traumatic stress in that she was the person in the hospital after her father died who found him having students perform CPR on his dead body. So that was an early exposure to high traumatic stress, witnessing that incident, and based on her brother's description, that was something that changed her. When a person is exposed to numerous compounding stressors, their adrenaline system is changed. It alters your body. And things that might be an otherwise neutral situation, you tend to have a cascading adrenaline response to that. And I think that ultimately for her, as she succumbed to other instances of serious physical abuse from her partner, became post-traumatic stress disorder. I do think that is a condition that is still existent even while she's in jail. It's something that she needs treatment for because those triggers are unmitigated, meaning that she hasn't really had the kind of therapy to address them and reduce her adrenaline and anxiety responses when she thinks of past instances of traumatic events that have happened to her. You can also respond to post-traumatic stress disorder clinically by using antidepressant therapy, and that would be something that could assist her ultimately in reducing symptoms if she had counseling and antidepressant therapy.
Now, Dr. Harper, I know that you had testified at the trial that, in your opinion, she suffered as a battered spouse, the syndrome that is legally recognized in Florida, in the courts of Florida.
That's correct.
And I understand that...
Let's be respectful in chat, please.
...is tied to this intimate partner violence, which is maybe the same thing, but there's a complex mental health issue that ties into that. Can you speak on the complexity of that whole cycle that one such as Sarah Boone and George Torres were involved in?
Certainly. So intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. It's a pattern of events that occur between two partners in which the power dynamic is altered by the physical abuse or behaviors that are controlling in nature to the point that someone's safety is threatened. It's common for victims of that to have a complex mental health condition, often including depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems. And what might be substance abuse to cope with the problem, like numbing oneself, will sometimes result in its own diagnosis. The pattern of intimate partner violence I think we covered in the trial, but just in summary about that, there are phases in which at first bonding of the two partners might be something positive. They've got something in common or have pleasurable time together. And then the secondary phase of that is when there is change in dynamic and some kind of traumatic event occurs, some instance of physical violence. And then there's a third phase in which it's like a honeymoon phase where they're trying to right the relationship. So in phase 1, when they're having something pleasurable, the tone shifts. Phase 2, there is some kind of incident. And phase 3, there's a honeymoon phase. As that pertains to anxiety, I think that a person who suffers from intimate partner violence never stops experiencing that hypervigilance, waiting for the next instance of violence to occur. So even though they may look happy, they might be experiencing something positive, they've not really relaxed because their memory that could or will occur again is still in their mind. So they haven't fully stopped experiencing intimate partner violence. It's just what phase of the process they're in.
Now, and Dr. Harper, it goes into more detail in your report, which I supplied to the court, which is a total of 11 pages, and I believe that's confidential documents.
That's what's been marked. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file.
Okay.
If it has, that's something if it needs to be, it's something we can address. I have reviewed it. It does reflect confidential privilege information on the first page. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file unless you did it. Okay. It already has been? All right, appreciate it.
Under seal.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Harper, you're aware that the defense has filed a defendant's motion for downward departure.
Yes.
And we've listed several factors under paragraph 3, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform with the requirements of law were substantially impaired, that she requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance use or addiction, although you agree that she does suffer from alcohol use disorder.
So she has an underlying mental health disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I additionally diagnosed her with alcohol use disorder, which is separate.
But you agree she does require specialized treatment for a mental disorder that's not related to the substance abuse or addiction?
That's correct.
And you agree she's amenable for treatment?
Yes.
And you would agree that she acted under extreme duress in this unique homicide case?
Yes.
And you would agree that the uniqueness of the circumstances, the facts and circumstances surrounding the case, that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner?
Yes.
And it was isolated?
That's my understanding as well.
Other than she had the charge where both of them were charged at one time, and I think she had the strangulation allegation, the felony case that was ultimately dismissed when both of them were arrested.
She had a prior felony case. Facts are different, of course, than this particular case over here today.
Dr. Harper, I believe that's all the questions I've got, unless you would like to say if I've missed anything, of course.
No, I think.
Okay, and if not, it's in the report.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes. May she take the stand so I can be voting?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, the witness, this is the first professional witness. It's the only one that the state has chosen to cross. She's now going to take the stand. This could be spicy.
In pages 1 and 2 of your report, you go through the sources of your information, correct?
Yes.
And that would include 8 interviews that you had with her from the course of August of 2020 through September of 2024, correct?
There were 9 interviews, but 8 dates of service are listed.
You did the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, or MFAST.
That's right.
Inventory of Legal Knowledge, ILK.
That's right.
Clinician-administered PTSD Scale 5 examination.
Yes.
You consulted with her attorney.
Yes.
Videotaped interviews from this court case number of Sarah Boone, interview part 1 and 2, Abraham Moreno interview, Brandon Moats interview, Brian Boone interview, Juan Torres interview, and Melissa Sexton interview, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed the autopsy photos?
Yes.
You reviewed some of the digital forensic exhibits, including the Apple iPhone XS and a Samsung SMJ 327 T1 photographs from those 2 devices?
Yes.
You reviewed Bates stamped discovery pages 1 through 413.
That's correct.
The crime scene photos are photos of a scene taken on June 19th of 2020.
Yes.
Aspire Health records.
Yes.
And who do those pertain to?
Aspire Health records are for Sarah Boone.
Florida Hospital Medical Group records.
Yes.
And who do those records pertain to?
That is also for Sarah Boone.
And Aspire, is that a mental health treatment facility?
It has an emergency department record, but that would be the place where she was detained under the Baker Act.
And it is routine and common in the practice of forensic psychology or psychiatry to rely on the records of other such practitioners.
As a source of information, sure.
You reviewed the deposition of Dr. Tanya Warner.
I did.
You reviewed the trial testimony of Sarah Boone, Brian Boone, Dr. Michael Brannon, Dr. Tanya Werner, correct?
Yes.
The jury verdict form dated 10/25/24.
Yes.
Witness list notice of filing amended.
Yes.
On this case. Records of Jorge Torres or George Torres involving case numbers 2019 MM 5114, a 911 call and PDF. Case 2019 MM 7193, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Public Records, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Photos, Central Florida Primary Care Records, Advent Health Orlando Medical Records, correct?
Yes.
And those latter records that I just mentioned, those for Mr. Torres and not Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Then you reviewed Sarah Boone written correspondence, Sarah's listing of domestic violence incidents, Sarah's writings regarding missing days of work and Baker Act, and a 74-page life story.
That's right.
And then case 2018 CF 10573, public records and photos.
Yes.
And a telephone interview with Melissa Sexton, the property manager, which you conducted on October 1st, 2024.
Yes.
And a telephonic interview with Philip Paulson, the defendant's brother, on November 26, 2024.
Yes.
Where has Ms. Boone been housed and living since February of 2020?
At the Orange County Jail.
And does the Orange County Jail provide mental health services to inmates?
It does.
And you already testified you would routinely, as a forensic psychologist, review records kept of psychological or psychiatric treatment of a patient or a client, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, have you reviewed any mental health records generated by the Orange County Jail for Ms. Boone?
No, I have not had the opportunity to do that.
This is allowed. This is a sentencing
hearing. For the
hearing.
last
They can
58
present
months
testimony for
or
this
so,
too.
if she was being seen by the mental health treatment staff at the jail, you have not reviewed those records.
That's correct.
And they are overseen at the jail, in the Orange County Jail, by a psychiatrist. Are you aware or not?
If the person's level of mental health intervention deems them eligible for psychiatry, then they will.
And any diagnosis or lack of diagnosis that they have had during the course of the last 58 months, you are unaware of because you did not review the records.
That's right.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you.
One question. Dr. Harper, I didn't ask you to review those records, did I?
No.
Thank you.
We don't
Judge,
see,
I believe
don't see experts a lot.
I believe you said it at the very beginning that I had submitted several letters on behalf of Miss Boone, and she didn't hear that, but I wanted her to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't actually read those letters into the record, but you did read them.
I have reviewed them. They're in my binder here. How many do I have? Yes. Give me a second. I can tell you. I have.
Sarah wants to know if everything made it there.
I have 6 handwritten letters. First one is 1 page. Second one is 2 pages. Third one is 1 page. Fourth one is 2 pages. Fifth one is 2 pages. Sixth one is 2 pages. I have a typed letter from Diane Smith, the assistant chaplain.
I have another typed letter from a Nicole Ray, a typed letter from a Stephanie L., a typed letter from Philip Paulson, an email from Lana Albert, 2 pages in length, and a 2-page email from a Danielle Parsons.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would like to call Sarah Boone.
You may proceed.
Let's see if she...
yes, please.
Let's see if she stays consistent with the theme that's been presented by her other witnesses during this sentencing hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn. You may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name again.
Sarah Boone.
All right. Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of.
Hold on a second.
Owen's just having a hard time. Never mind.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper, and I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial. And on top of what I have on paper, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then, if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable.
This is a weird apology.
Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother, for all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped, for drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, for making me experience what it is to be sodomized, threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece, for threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job, for holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave, for stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested, for destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called, for me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison, for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe, for having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times, for dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him, for taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him, for causing me so much trauma and pain mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once, for destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was, capable of, and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long, for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes.
Now,
is there anything you want to add?
In your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please.
We're not.
My statement, my verbal statement, is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters.
The judge's daughters? Oh, George's
I know
daughters.
you all know who I really am, and that I did care for George, and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days. And I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself, and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame.
But they do.
And I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened. The ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him. And I ask for forgiveness.
Ms. Boone, I have just one or two questions, if you don't mind. And you can speak on it if you want or not. But this
I've never seen anything
is a unique case, and one of the reasons it's so unique is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child that you did have some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away from that. Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. if I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside. And I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord. And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him and realize what it's all about. This is all temporary. And when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher. You work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant." I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person, and I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, State?
No, I assumed that was the final word.
Thank you. She can return back to counsel's table. Anything else from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
No more witnesses, Judge, just arguments.
Okay. Anything else in rebuttal, or just proceed to argument, State?
Just proceed to argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Booth's seated, you can proceed with your argument, either Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore.
Not a word she said will help her. That was
you may proceed, sir.
Absolutely nuts.
Your Honor, I'm going to start my argument by what I anticipate Mr. Owens will bring up in his presentation regarding the plea offer in this case. That she was offered the resolution in this case of 15 years in the Department of Corrections to begin with. I think it's important, though, that the entire circumstance of that plea offer is put forward. And there's something very critical to that. It's not just 15 years in the Department of Corrections. It's 15 years in the Department of Corrections, but it's predicated on something. And the consideration that it's predicated on is the defendant coming to court and accepting responsibility for her actions. For her coming to court and saying, "I am responsible for George Torres's death, and I accept the punishment that comes with it." That consideration was never given in this case. And because that consideration was never given in this case, the offer of 15 years in no way represents what this case is worth, or what George Torres's life is worth. That is an offer predicated on a particular circumstance, a circumstance of a first-time defendant accepting responsibility and giving every benefit of the doubt in coming to court and saying that they are ready to be punished. Those conditions were never met. So then we turn to this case, and we turn to this crime, and we turn to the actions of the defendant of taking the law into her own hands and murdering George Torres. She has never shown remorse for that. She didn't show remorse for that here today. She again painted herself as the victim. She's the victim of George Torres. She recounted the litany of evil deeds and mistreatments that he perpetrated upon her. She's the victim of George Torres' family. She's the victim of the police. She's the victim of social media. It's all about Sarah Boone. Everything's about Sarah Boone and about how she is the victim. that Sarah Boone sentenced every one of George Torres's loved ones to a life sentence. Just like she sentenced George Torres when he was in that suitcase. George Torres lived out his last nightmarish circumstance in that suitcase, begging to be let out for several minutes, which undercuts any argument that this was somehow unsophisticated. There was ample time and opportunity over and over for her to do something different, but she went forward with taking the law into her own hands and ensuring that George Torres was never getting out of there, while she went up to bed and went to sleep for hours on end. She can't say that she was in duress for the same reason. She was in such duress of George Torres that she goes upstairs and goes to sleep for 11 hours. Your Honor, there's been nothing from the testimony of Dr. Harper either that establishes any type of diagnosis that would give this court a basis to downward depart. Dr. Harper has put blinders on to the fact that she has been incarcerated for 58 months. 58 months with the opportunity to receive mental health treatment, and the expert witness is absolutely incurious about what any of those records or diagnosis or anything that would have been there would have said. There is no valid basis for a downward departure in this case. She deserves a life sentence. Thank you.
The state is asking for life.
Mr. Owens, response?
Mr. Owens fighting valiantly for his client, in spite of his client.
First off, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear our side, hear the witnesses, and review the letters on Sarah Boone's behalf. We've all been here for this trial. We've all been here for other trials. We've all got some age on us. We've all got some life experience on us. And this is a unique case. This was a unique homicide. It was a unique death. And as we all know, a lot of these cases are not black and white. They're shades of gray. And these crimes don't occur in a vacuum. That there's generally a history, especially involving a domestic couple, a history that comes into play that must be explored. And a lot of what Sarah Boone testified to here today probably happened behind closed doors. And we all know that many times we do not know what happens behind closed doors between a man and a woman in their home, unless there is some reason for the neighbors or law enforcement or somebody else to get involved. And that happened in this case. And so gradually over time, as this event occurred, there was an investigation, and it was learned that there was a history of domestic violence involving these two parties. And what we learned was that physically there was violence, and there were photographs to establish that, as were introduced in the trial. And then there was testimony from experts, not only the defense expert, Dr. Harper, that Sarah Boone was the victim, and she was a victim of intimate partner violence, but coupled with the fact that the state's expert testified on the stand at the trial that Sarah Boone was a victim of intimate partner violence, that she suffered from this domestic or this battered spouse syndrome at the hands of George Torres. So there's two sides to it. And in a domestic violence situation like that, 95% of the women get out of that relationship. When violence starts to occur, they've either been raised a certain way, they have a certain self-esteem about themselves, where they refuse to put up with it, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that they can do better. But there is a small percentage throughout the country that, for whatever reason, mental health issues, addiction issues, whatever it is, it's complex. Financial reasons, children are involved, whatever. If you do any studying on it, there are circumstances where there is a group of women, predominantly women, it can happen to men, but majority of the time it's a woman that gets caught in this cycle of what we term as intimate partner violence. And court heard the testimony about the cycle that occurs. It's over a period of time and it repeats itself, and you go through these phases. And a lot of times the victim's not a great historian at trying to articulate it. She tried to do it here today. And I think on Sarah Boone's behalf, she is a unique individual. She's got the personality that she's got. I don't know, you heard from Dr. Harper that a lot of that was formulated based on the way her mother did not bond with her, the way that her father was the way that he was, the fact that she lost several relatives at a young age, and the trauma that can result. We heard from Dr. Harper that she did suffer from post-traumatic stress as it relates to that trauma in early childhood, and then again as it relates to the events that occurred between Mr. Torres and her. So it's complicated, Judge. It's complicated. But the jury has spoken. Sarah Boone was entitled under Florida law to present that defense, and she did. That testimony was allowed to be presented. She was allowed to testify. But the jury spoke. And so here we are today with you in a position to decide what is justice for Sarah Boone. And I don't know you that much other than our time together, but from what I know you try to do the right thing. And that's what we're asking the court to do. To have some discernment, to have some understanding of the unique situation that Sarah Boone found herself in. And quite frankly, Judge, this all didn't occur behind closed doors. A lot of this was in the public eye. Mr. Torres had, I believe, 3 criminal cases before the courts of this county in which Sarah Boone was a victim. Mr. Torres was the accused. Those cases were dismissed. We know from the history of this domestic violence field that that's normal, that Sarah Boone every time either tried to bond him out or tried to get the case dismissed. At some point, somebody has to stop. Somebody has to say, wait, what's going on here? This keeps repeating. It's going to get worse. Something's going to happen. The system failed Sarah Boone. I'd ask for you to consider that. The circumstances surrounding that failure and what led us here today. I've asked the court to consider a downward departure. I believe you've gotten a copy of the score sheet.
Not since before trial.
Okay.
Is the score sheet stipulated to?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may approach.
Let's see what the score sheet says on it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Judge, I was provided that here today, and I believe, I can't remember the total number of months that it involves, but divided by 12, I think it's 20 months. 20.6 is the low end of the guidelines or something about.
It's 246.0 months based on the score sheet.
I did the calculation, but I believe at the low end is 20 years, 20.6 years state prison, I believe is the low end.
20.5. Yes, sir.
And as the court knows, I believe it's on page 3. There are some aggravators that the court can consider in imposing the sentence, and then there are a list of mitigators that the court can consider in downward departing, meaning going lesser than the low end of the guidelines. And in the defendant's motion for downward departure, we mentioned, and I had Dr. Harper testify about 2 or 3 of the grounds, and the court needs to only find one to go below the guidelines. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform said actions to the requirements of the law were substantially impaired. Judge, I don't have to reiterate the facts and circumstances surrounding this event. You were here, you heard the testimony, you heard the circumstances surrounding what happened and how it happened. I would ask that you consider that as a mitigator. 2D, the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance abuse or addiction and is amenable to treatment. I think it's fair to say here that we know that Sarah suffers from some mental health issues, objective mental health issues that have been opined by Dr. Harper and Dr. Werner. And you heard Dr. Harper testify about the post-traumatic stress disorder that she suffers from as it relates to this event, as it relates to her trauma that occurred in childhood. I think we heard from Dr. Werner. Dr. Werner testified that she suffered from the alcohol abuse disorder, as did Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner also mentioned that she was not sure about the anxiety disorder, whether it occurred prior to or because she was in the jail for the 4.5 years. However, she does require specialized treatment for the mental disorder, and she is amenable for treatment. And then third, the defendant acted under extreme duress, I think based on Sarah Boone's mindset as she testified to her today, and then you heard from the experts at the trial that when you get that anxious about what happens, Sarah testified about they would have good days where there would be no drinking or very little drinking, and then there would be other days where there was heavy drinking, and generally when George Torres got highly intoxicated is when potentially things could get violent, and that she was constantly anxious about each day that she was with him. She loved him. Obviously, being in a cycle like that where you love someone but can't leave them. For whatever reason, George Torres couldn't leave Sarah Boone, and Sarah Boone couldn't leave George Torres, and it was a vicious cycle. But we believe that she qualifies under that it was under extreme duress at the time of this event. And lastly, the defense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, which was an isolated incident. Now, isolated, we know, Judge, that she had one prior event in which both of them were arrested. You heard her testimony that it was during an event. They ended up downstairs next to the washer and dryer, and that she was on the bottom, and she had used her hands to try to get him off, and she had tried to choke him, and there were some marks on him. And she was arrested for felony domestic violence battery, as well as he was arrested. I think a few days later, both of those charges were dismissed against either party. But she has no criminal conviction record. She has never been convicted of a crime other than that event. Now, I think that can be distinguished So we believe that it was an unsophisticated manner. Obviously, the uniqueness of this event is unsophisticated. Anybody that would calculate that they were going to murder somebody by putting them in a suitcase and let them spend the night, and the next morning not try to dispose of the body, not try to put the suitcase in a car and go dump the body, not try to dispose of the bat, do something. She did nothing. No attempts to tamper with evidence. No attempts after the fact to uncover any conduct whatsoever. No attempts to delete the videos from her phone. Here's my phone, voluntarily giving that information. I think that goes to the unsophisticated manner of unintentional death that occurred.
She did not remember those videos were on her phone.
I remember the first time I saw the suitcase video. And I know people have differing opinions. Tony Henderson, my colleague, had a different opinion when he saw it. But I remember the first time I saw the video, and I heard what she was saying to him. When he was saying, "Hey, Sarah, let me out. I can't breathe," or words to that effect. And the way that she was talking to him, and the statements that she gave to him, in my mind, what has he done to her? What has he done to her? Any loved one you see in a situation like that is going to run and let him out. So my thought was, obviously, they were both drinking. But what has he done to her? And I think it's telling about what she'd endured. So it's not a clear-cut case, Judge. It's not black and white. There is some gray. And it's up to you to decide what's appropriate based on the court's, based on the jury's decision. But I would ask you to temper whatever justice that you think is appropriate with some mercy, and consider the fact that the state was willing to offer 15 years on a manslaughter as a lesser included offense based on the facts and circumstances that they were aware of prior to this trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal by the state?
No.
Okay.
Now it's up to the judge. He may take a break. He may.
The court has had the opportunity to review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. The victim impact statements presented here today, the statements of character witnesses, both orally and in writing, Dr. Harper's report and testimony, the defendant's testimony, pre-sentencing investigation, the arguments of the state and the arguments of the defense. Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily. Due to the court levying a life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to a civil judgment unless I hear opposition from the state.
No opposition, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please give us the credit time served and the court costs, please.
4 years, 9 months, and 8 days, and the court costs are $418, a state prosecution fee of $100, a dirt fee of $50, and a PD. Oh, excuse me, you're not supervised.
I'm right.
So the total would come up to
4 years, 9 months, 8 days, time served towards a life sentence.
All right, ma'am, the court costs and costs of prosecution are $618. Those will be liquidated to a civil judgment. You will be given credit time served of 4 years, 9 months, and 8 days. You will have 30 days from today to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. I'm going to have the courtroom deputy provide you the paperwork. Because you've been incarcerated for the last 58 some odd months, the court is going to declare that you are indigent in this matter. I cannot appoint the public defender to represent you as they are conflicted out. Similarly, I cannot appoint the regional conflict counsel to represent you for the same reasons.
Everyone's
the
conflicted
clerk will
out.
appoint
an attorney from the conflict wheel who specializes in appellate litigation. And again, you'll have 30 days from today to appeal that judgment and sentence in writing. Do you have any questions for me? You will now be remanded into the custody of the Orange County Jail to transfer you to the Department of Corrections, and I wish you the best of luck. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything further?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you all very much. Court's off the record.
Wow. Just letting her letter put back in the envelope. She's taking that with her back to prison. Trying to fit all this in one manila envelope, and it's a tight fit. Wow. That was unlike anything I've ever heard at a sentencing before. And I'm not talking about everything that came before Sarah Boone. I'm talking Sarah Boone going forward.
I'll mail it to you. I'll mail it to you.
Mr. Owens puts on his coat. He's headed outside.
It's not the same one.
Gotta watch out. It's getting cold there in Florida. Iguanas are falling out of the trees.
She's on her way.
Okay. Can you just give me a heads up when they get her here?
Yeah, I got it.
I gotta go down and see her real quick.
All right.
Start.
Not sure what paperwork has to be done right now. Basically, it's a permanent change of address form, I think, is all that happens.
Is this it? Platform?
No. No. That's the other one.
That's the wrong one.
He just took the paper they were using.
Just hold on. All you gotta do is sign. I'll help you do it.
Is she refusing to sign? The woman with the hard case that just made that click click noise. That's the court recorder. She brings her own stenographer machine. I want the not guilty form, please. That one says guilty all over it.
Agency form for the appeal. She's got to sign. This is the one for the court to begin.
Mr. Owen's looking for paperwork regarding an appeal that she wants to sign. I see that sticker, the game over sticker. We're going to break this down just here in a little bit. We're going to go back and show you some of what was the craziest. She called it an apology. I don't think that was an apology. He had the words in there that said, "Please forgive me, I'm sorry." It was not an apology. The bailiffs just want to transport her. They're like, she needs to go.
Is this the one for the appeal?
Yes.
Yeah. She's signing it now for you.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, we'll file it, and then we already ordered to appoint another attorney.
The court is setting up for the next appointment. She still hasn't stood up.
I can give you the copy of
I think the reality is sinking in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the order of probation. Yes, I do.
I mean, if her trial's continuing to go, then she may come back and do that because I understand like she has 2 tracks.
That plea deal that she was offered by the state would have given her 15 years with credit for time served. So basically 10, 11 years is what she would have had. But it required her to say, it's my fault. I'm sorry. And she couldn't do it.
What about Gary?
Mr. Owens, at some point you're just going to have to visit her in prison and take care of this paperwork because they need the courtroom.
Okay, so he hasn't signed it. I'll give you this copy of it. But the only difference between this one and the one that I yes.
Ernest Garrett.
And the only difference is going to be, I think, that the original.
The prosecutors are setting up at the table for the next case. Everybody's ready to move on except for Sarah and Mr. Owens.
I'm walking off the afternoon to talk to 280.
That's the female?
Yeah.
She's not here yet, is she?
I'll check when I get there.
I've got nothing to lose at this point was the final word she said to her lawyer. I've got nothing to lose at this point. Dizzy Grenade, thank you very much. Congratulations on 8 months.
We don't have.
This was the. My mind still it can't sink in what we watched. I told you before. I said Sarah Boone's when we knew that she was going to make a statement. Her statement needs to match what we hear from everybody else. We need to hear people say, she's changed her life, this is what she's done, this is how she helped me, this is how she helps other people. And then we need to see that in Sarah Boone in her comment. And I don't know if there's a possibility to have a more opposite type feeling from everyone who testified on her behalf and then her. Everything that Mr. Owens got up and said was to try to excuse what she had just said. And to say, look, sorry, she is who she is. She's got this personality, right? She's Sarah Boone. It is. He just tried to take the edge off it. It was too late. The whole family sat there and listened to that. Nobody got up and left. They sat there while she forgave them for the fact that she was a victim and described herself using the Japanese kitsunji, beauty in the broken, the art of repairing fine Japanese china, I guess you'd call it. It seems weird to say Japanese china. And making the cracks sealed with gold, so it becomes more beautiful after it's been broken. I think she Googled that. I think it was AI that did the intro there. But that's how she described herself, as more beautiful because I'm broken. And now I'm better, and you should forgive me. Because, and then had she stopped there, it would have been terrible, but would have been okay. It's so loud there. It would have been okay. Like, understandable. But to go through a list of every wrong that's ever been committed against her and just throw it all back out and basically drag George's name through the mud and then say, and I forgive him for all this. You are re-abusing. You are re-victimizing him by doing that. And you're doing it in front of his family. I'm not sure why they are not transporting her yet. She's been remanded. The judge has left. The lawyers have left. The courtroom's about to be used for other purposes. Okay, here she goes. And for the last time in a long time, not saying she won't be in court again, but in a long time, Sarah Boone has been let out of the courtroom, and she will begin serving her life sentence in the Florida State Penitentiary. That's how it brings that to an end. So we are going to rewind for just a minute because I want to back up. I don't. Okay, let's go to where's channel 3. There we go. We're gonna rewind just a little bit to get her back on the stand. Hope we've got Jules calling in right now. Hang on a second.
Call from Jules. To accept.
Photograph.
Jules, how are you doing?
Hold on. The defense expert, but also the state's expert saying that she suffered from intimate partner violence. I think
Owens
that is at least a minimum, a mitigator in something like this. I understand the jury's decision. We respect the jury's decision. But the testimony, the photographs, the evidence was clear that she was abused. And no, I'm not happy with the life sentence.
Sarah Boone didn't have much of a reaction as far as what we do after learning she had a life sentence. How did you talk to her after? How is she feeling?
Well, she did say something to me to the effect that, can you believe it? I got life. And I said, no. So, I think she was poker faced. I think maybe that's what you're referring to, but I think she was not expecting life. Neither was I.
This is the press conference, Mr. Owens. Jules has a phone out there. We don't have video.
Did you prepare her for what might happen today? Was she prepared for this?
This
Yes.
is Jules asking the question.
Yes, she was. We talked about the minimums. We talked about the maximums. She was aware. Court had told her what the minimums and maximum were before trial. So she knew what they were. She understood the judge had the power to downward depart and give lesser than the low end of the guidelines. He did not do that. That was his decision. He's the judge. He's the trial judge. He ultimately had to make the call. The jury made their call. It was the judge's time to pass sentence, and that's what he gave. I respect Judge Kranick. I like him a lot. I disagree with that sentence.
Can you talk about the next steps?
Well, she's got 30 days to file an appeal. Usually, these appeals are handled by the public defender's office, who has maybe 3 or 4 lawyers within the office, and that's all they do is appeal.
They're conflicted.
But in this case, Judge Kranick has said, I've already found that there's a conflict with the public defender's office. I've already found that there's a conflict with the alternative public defender's office called Regional Conflict Counsel. So there must be a list of appellate lawyers that do appellate criminal work in the private bar, and the clerk will pick whoever's next on the list will be her lawyer.
And again, you won't be representing her any longer.
No, I mean, never say never. You know, if the case gets reversed on appeal and she's entitled to another trial, I'm not going to say I'll never represent her a second time, but I'm definitely not doing the appeal, and we'll see. I do believe there are 3 or 4 good appellate issues. We'll see what the appellate courts say. That usually takes, I think, about 1.5 to 2 years for them to come back. So she'll be with the Department of Corrections, wherever they send her, for the next couple of years. Well, disappointed with that. I thought because she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome, and that was elicited from the state's expert as well as the defense expert, as well as the testimony from Sarah Boone, as well as the photographs and the evidence, the arrest of Mr. Torres prior, that she was the victim of battered spouse. I thought the court should consider that. It was within his discretion to give her life. I just strongly disagree with that result.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you believe that Sarah was more apologetic in her statement today? The judge may have given her a lighter sentence.
No.
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 When she walked in, was that truly how she felt, or was that?
You know, Sarah, you can imagine somebody being in jail for 4.5 years. Their self-esteem, they're at the bottom. Okay. And she's a fighter, as we all know. When she's backed into a corner, it's just her personality that comes out. She doesn't give up. She doesn't just say whatever. And it was her chance to say what she really, based on her experience. And like I said, nobody knows what goes on behind those doors. You know, we saw videotapes of her berating Mr. Torres, and it appeared, you know, the state argued in the case in chief that it was a mutual abusive relationship. We can only go with what we know and what's presented as evidence. Nobody knows the details and the extent of what went on. We heard Sarah try to explain it. I believe she was trying to explain it. Did she harm herself maybe by some of the things she said as it relates to Mr. Torres or his family? Maybe.
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go over Sarah's statement that she was going to make in court today, or she did this completely on her own?
Did you go over the
Well,
statement?
she had written that statement several days ago, but I was not able to get back down here with the holidays and some other things that went on until last night. So I had a chance to talk to her about that statement earlier, right before court. You know, I'm torn between being a lawyer and being a human being. I mean, she's facing life in prison. It's your chance to speak. You know, I don't like to take away everything, but I did have her delete a bunch. But those...
It was edited.
It was, at my suggestion, but to some degree, you know, she truly believes that she's a victim. And, you know, to this country, I'm sure there have been other victims of domestic violence that have been battered women that have gone to prison. There have been a few cases where they've been acquitted based on the testimony, but it's a case-by-case basis. It is a difficult syndrome to explain. It's a difficult syndrome to understand because most women leave. The first time some guy pushes, strikes, hits, whatever the case may be, don't stand for it. But there is a small percentage of women that put up with the abuse.
What's next for you now, Mr. Owens?
I'm going home. Yes, driving home.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Scott, are there any last questions you have?
Jules, you did an amazing job. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Do you have any questions for him?
No, I think you answered everything that needs to be answered. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for his time.
Are you? Is everything okay?
Yeah. I'm floored by what we saw. I'd love to talk to you about your perspective on Sarah Boone's statement. I will not say it's an apology, even though she called it that.
No, it was not an apology. No, not at all. I guess my job was that okay?
Yes.
Media.
Yes, you're doing a great job. You are a great reporter. We love it. The questions you asked are insightful and great. I heard Chris got a question in there too. That is awesome. Both of you did an amazing job. This has been wild. Are you ready to talk about what you saw with her statement?
Yes, I walked. Mr. Owens. Just so you know, he's a very gracious man and he's very approachable. So
you're cutting in and out.
And when she...
Hey, Jules, your audio's cutting in and out now.
Okay, let me move down a step. Is this...
Nope, still cutting in and out.
Is this better?
That's better right there.
Is it still cutting in?
That's good.
Okay, I'm not going to move. Okay, when she started out on that rant, Mrs. Torres put her face into her hands and she kept shaking her head back and forth, in the no position. And the sister did as well. When she started blaming the family, that's when the sister got up and ran out of the courtroom, and then his mom followed her out.
Wow.
And Judge Kranick never took his eyes off of Sarah through the entirety. He sat there, just was watching her very intently. He was not taking any notes. That statement and her apology was so off the wall. This is what I expected. I didn't expect her to go off the rails the way she did. I also didn't expect her to be remorseful, because that's not Sarah. Okay. Did expect a shorter version of what she gave us. And when it was Judge Kranick's turn to speak, I really thought that he was going to have a lot to say to her. And he did not. He went straight to life, goodbye, and that was it.
You know what I think he did? I think he wants to make sure he doesn't give any ammunition whatsoever to her and an appeal. I think he kept his personal feelings, which I'm sure he has many on this, and his opinion to himself. A lot of times we'll see a judge let loose and say, now that I've issued the sentence, let me tell you how I feel. Basically kick you in the butt on the way out the door is what they do. And he did not. I love that. That showed restraint in a big way.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you are aware, but 2 of the jurors were in court today as well. Mm-hmm. And no, not number 13. No. No, it was the other 2 females were there as well. He's still giving an interview. I don't know if I should go back and talk to him some more. Well, I got his number. And I had the PI, Billy Lane's number.
From Prison Break Investigations.
Yes, he gave me his number. He said, give me your number. I'll give you my number. He said, let's talk. And I was like, super. That would be
insightful.
That's all I got.
Jules, as far as other people there, was Peter Tragos able to make it? Do you know?
Yes, he was there. I got to speak with him. Mm-hmm. he's the same pretty boy in person that he is on screen.
It's that fabulous hair.
Taller.
That's what it is.
Yes, that is fabulous hair. He's taller than I expected him to be. I don't know, but he's not as tall as you, that's for sure.
All right.
And very, very nice. And, Chris has a man crush on him, so I made sure to introduce the two of them
That's awesome.
to each other.
That's really cool.
So,
I'm glad Peter was able to make it.
here.
I know he had said he wanted to be there, and then life got really busy during trial for him. So I'm glad he got a chance to be there. Jules, you've done an amazing job. We are so impressed. You are a reporter at heart, a true crime addict in every sense of the word, and we love it. Thank you very much for bringing us that little exclusive interview there. And
I tried.
You did a great job. It was phenomenal. Stay safe. Thanks to Chris as well and Aaron on the back end.
I will. Are you doing Ashley Benefiel sentencing tomorrow? Because Chris and I will be there.
Yep, I think he's going to be taking the live view to that one. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll talk. So.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right. Well,
Jules.
good night, everybody.
Yep. We'll
Thank
see
you, Scott, as usual. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Give me a second. For some reason, I've got Pierogi up on my screen. Calling scammers and trolling them. Great guy, but not what I wanted to show you right now. We want to go to... Why will it not play? Oh, now it's not going to let me. Oh, there we go. We're going to go back just for a little bit and talk to Sarah Boone, or let Sarah Boone talk to us about her apology, if we can call it that. Let's see if we can get this to work properly.
Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously
I'm
sworn.
going to break this down a little bit.
You may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name.
Okay, here we go. He has a hard time keeping the microphone up. This is the opening. Okay, so before we hear this, what came before this? Not counting the people who spoke for her, because she had a couple friends that she met in jail and the chaplain and things like that. Hang on, I've got a call.
Call from Denise.
Hey, Denise, how are you doing?
Hey, good. Real fast, and then I'll let you get back to replaying her on the stand. I just wanted to comment because you mentioned earlier while we were waiting for court to start about the difference between her being very visibly shackled and cuffed and everything versus what we see with Koberger.
Right.
He is handcuffed behind his back when he is brought in. Excuse me. He also has leg shackles on.
Uh-huh.
They attach him to the floor underneath the table. Then they remove the handcuffs all before the camera comes on.
Okay, so that's in Ada County. In Latah County, he walked in unshackled.
That's true. I forgot about that.
I think Ada
but
does
yeah.
a little better. Thank you for that, Denise. I appreciate the clarification there. And you are one of our court watchers for that trial. That's going to be amazing. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yep, we'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, let me tell you. Right as Sarah begins this, what came before was amazing. The first words we heard from George's mom is basically, "I don't hate Sarah Boone. I don't hold hate in my heart for her," which is huge because so many of us would look at that and say, "You have every right to hate this person who took your son's life." But following up with that, with people who said, "Yeah, you crushed us. You've ruined our life," but it's not. We're not making our sole mission in life to destroy you. There was a sense of forgiveness on the part of the family, a sense of I'm broken, and you did this and it hurts, but I can't change that. And there's some sense of going forward. She follows that up with this.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper. and I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say.
Okay. Her lawyer, Mr. Owens, told her how little she should say. I don't know how much he edited out and said, that has to go. You can't, no. But she wrote this a couple days ago, and the lawyer, Mr. Owens, saw it, I don't know, Sunday? And so she says this is edited. When she says it's edited, it's not by her. It's not that she's like revised and corrected and used different words to convey meaning a little bit more truer to the purpose that she was using it for. No, this is people. It was edited like red line. Nope, is what happened on this.
So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts.
What did she cut out? What did she edit? I'm guessing a couple things. I'm guessing what was completely cut out was anything the court did wrong to her, or most of the stuff the court did wrong. She still had a slight reference to being forced to go pro se and things like that. But she has a litany of complaints against the judge and against all the judges and against all her previous lawyers. I'm guessing Mr. Owens was just like, he probably had like a stack of red line markers, and when that one went dry, he used the next one. He was just block.
That I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial.
What wasn't said in her trial? It's unintentional.
And on top of what I have on paper, I have, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg.
That's how she put
So
it.
I wanted to read this, and then, if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology.
If you need to preface an apology, my question, is it really an apology, or are you doing it right? Is it really an apology? I'm going to read this, and then it prefaces my apology.
On top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kentu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness.
She's talking about herself. From the first moment that this statement begins, she's talking about herself, and she describes herself as being more beautiful now because of what she's been through.
It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is...
You know what she doesn't mention? At least I did not hear once in her statement. Her son. Did I miss it?
Is the wisdom of Kentu Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives.
Who's the scoundrel detective? Who is she outing there? I'm sorry. There's a scoundrel detective that needs to step up and say, oh, that was me.
Infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder.
Hang on. We're going to back up a little bit. I need somebody to count the number of grievances. The list of grievances is long here.
Piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kentu Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable.
She's not done. The list continues.
Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow.
I don't think she knows what those words mean. Grace and humility are not necessarily exhibited in this moment.
Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache.
She's speaking to the family here. If you don't forgive me, it's on you, is what she's saying.
Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward.
Okay. Have you heard the line forgive and forget? I'm not a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of forgive and set boundaries, right? But part of forgiveness does have an element of moving forward that she's talking about here, of not dwelling in that moment, saying, okay, there's, I can either not fix it or, there's only a couple ways I can choose to live right now. I can either wallow in this and let it destroy me, or I can find a way to keep, breathing and moving on. She's talking about forgiveness here, about people forgiving her, but now she switches to people that she is forgiving.
My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless.
There's a little joke I read in a book as a kid where a mom is talking to her two kids. She's got a son and a daughter. And the daughter's like, Mom, Joey said I'm stupid. And Mom's like, Joey, tell your sister you're sorry. And Joey goes, I'm sorry you're stupid. Okay. And there is no sense of authenticity of actual apology here. This forgiveness that she's doling out or bequeathing on somebody, her victim, she is granting forgiveness for all his wrongdoings after she took his life. And it's like it doesn't connect in her head.
For trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day. For ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together.
I'm sorry, this is a murder trial, and you're like, but he broke my TV.
For wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over. For breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe.
She is bleach X. Yes, she's very much trying to make excuses here. I will tell you this. This just continues and continues. The entire theme of this continues without change, with the focus on Sarah from the get-go.
Including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe. Telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond.
For leaving the gate open I built. Every story that involves Sarah has Sarah being the good person and the other person being the bad one. Sarah does good, the other person is bad. I built the gate, he left it open. We saw this throughout
or
the
scrape
trial.
the remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face.
For threats. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because I want to get to
and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him.
That justifies murder right there. I had to wait for him in the parking lot for hours. While he was going to get in help. I had to wait.
Allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late.
This is the family now. Let's go back just a little bit.
In probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter.
I need the goat for this one. I forgive George for me being a murderer, because now people call me a murderer. I forgive George for that, is what she's saying.
Not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love.
I don't even know where to start with that one. To end me with his terrifying love. I think she thinks she was showing him love through this violence. That's all I can get from that.
I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters.
Let me just throw the 2 ex-wives in there. I'm just going to guess. I'm just going to put this out there. I'm pretty sure Sarah Boone doesn't deal with the 2 ex-wives a lot, or never did. But I'm just going to throw out there, that person has 2 ex-wives because we're going to shame him some more, right?
All for knowing who George was capable of and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, than to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help.
I forgive all of you for knowing that he was bad and not doing anything to help me.
All of his siblings, including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side.
Okay, wait just a minute. When we heard his sister come up and testify, the second family member came up and testified and said basically, 2 people need to go to jail. George's brother, who's the one who's going to jail for stabbing the side of the head, everything, and Sarah Boone. Okay, she drags this out again. It's like, here's the family, just so you know, this is who they are. This is who they are.
Including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late.
I just need to be done. This breaks my brain in ways I don't think I can repair. I forgive them for caring too late. What is she even talking about there? Caring about who?
I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night
Oh, no.
Sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, What could I have done to stop this from happening to both?
I forgive you. I hope you're tormented in your dreams by thinking that it was your fault. That's what we have here.
In bed at night, the uneasy question. What could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the time Sarah tried to, by asking for help.
What could I have done to stop this happening to both of them? This is not, even in that, she's like, it's not my fault. They should have stopped it from happening. They're the ones who made this happen by them not stopping it.
From all of us, and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media.
We need a new song. Apparently, I'm the crime boss now. Organized crime. You guys are all co-conspirators. And the fact that we have taken an interest in this case and in the justice system as it processes this case makes us guilty and makes her more golden. It makes her shine more. Amber, how you doing?
Scoundrel detective here.
Was that you? Oh my goodness. I have never in my life heard an apology this bad.
This isn't an apology, it's a diatribe.
This is Slim Shady middle finger and both hands up apology. Do
not disparage Eminem in that way. You have several generations in chat that will be appalled by that.
But honestly, there's everyone she brings up has wronged her, and she's forgiving them. But I want to get to the part where she asks for their forgiveness, because she does ask for forgiveness, or she asks.
What was the point of her statement after the statement? Do we know?
We're gonna get to that. My brain is broken. I can't even piece this together. I'm trying to follow the rational thought process behind it.
The limit does not exist.
It's terrible. Let me keep getting through here. It's
I figured
rough.
I'd give you a break from the scoundrel detective.
Start working on some lyrics for our new Mob Boss true crime song, because it's going to go hand in hand with Big Deal. So it's going to be on the same album.
Next number one single, y'all.
Yeah. Amber, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye. All right. Sarah Boone thinks that she was wronged, especially by social media, but she thinks she was wronged by the system because the justice system in Florida has the Sunshine Law, where they literally say, pretty much without exception, unless there's a reason not to, everything in the court process is made public. So I can jump on the Orange County court records page and type in Sarah Boone's name and pull up a list of the docket and all the filings. Unless it's filed under seal, it's right there. And they do it for free. You can just pull up a copy and get whatever you want. And she looked at that and saw that the justice system was wronging her by making this information out there, putting it out there. She was not ever upset about what she did in this. There was from all the way back to when she was free in an interrogation room right before she got arrested. She was never concerned with what she did,
which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case.
Guess what? It's also public. The family law case, this is the closest she gets to talking about her son.
It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward.
Okay. Why can't you just forgive me because I've forgiven you for being wrong? Clearly, all of you in your heart of hearts should feel forgiven by Sarah Boone, because she pretty much listed all of us somewhere in that list. She's listed all of us. Why can't you simply just forgive me and move on?
Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned.
Successful conclusion means acquittal. She's using the code words for acquittal. My opportunity was poisoned by social media because people talked about my case. Once they knew the evidence against me, I knew I would not get an acquittal.
I forgive them.
Oh, thank you.
Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so...
Okay. I'm sorry, we're going to back this one up. I think she's talking about court TV and law and crime here specifically. I don't know, maybe the news stations.
Forgive them. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong.
It's the contrast, really, that that makes it shine so brightly.
Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes.
I'm not sure if she knows what blood money means. Do you know what a blood diamond is? We can talk about blood diamonds. That's a pretty good idea. Blood money. I don't know where the blood money comes from in this one. Who is paying the blood money to whom, and how do we get on that list? I'm just curious.
It's all over their hands and their keyboards.
Bloody keyboards.
And even after
that.
all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed, in my case, still no one knows me.
It's been blasphemed in her case? Like, is she relating herself to deity? Page 3.
In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner.
And I forgive myself. Good. Now my conscience is clear.
For not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. For being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse.
So, good childhood growing up? Is that what we're hearing?
I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car.
The fact that she's still including inanimate objects like her car on this list makes my last nerve in my brain just scream.
In 2020 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since.
And still.
Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least.
Whoa. Think of all the good times. At least they were good for him. I made his days good. Mine sucked. That's what she's saying here. All the good days we had together, him at least. I was the one good thing in his life. That's what we're hearing right here.
While I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave.
I fell in love. This is Beauty and the Beast. This is Beauty and the Beast. Only he never had a change of heart, apparently. And you're looking at Beauty right there.
I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore.
This is Belle. This is Belle. I'm in love with a monster under my bed, right?
I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me.
Of all the things I've learned, taking George's life was one of them, and I'm learning, I'm moving on. That's what I hear.
I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am.
A little presumptive here. I'm not going to get too much into that, but the idea is, that's where we're going. I'm not the one to judge that for anyone else, but she does say she asks for his forgiveness. This is the closest we got to a acknowledgement of guilt.
Endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it, and still.
And still.
When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief.
I don't know what mat under the bed means. You get a mat and a bed, and she put hers under it.
I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness.
Oh, good. We have all these letters for the family. Where are they?
But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send.
That's a nice thought. I don't think you can get credit for an unsent letter.
I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness.
I think she says I'm sorry for not sending them. I don't know what the letters said.
Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially.
Everywhere I turn, I see George, especially when I look at my scars.
It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere.
Haunting is generally not a term of endearment. How do you say this? She says, like in the previous paragraph, that she speaks to him out in the rec yard when she's out by herself, asking forgiveness, and now says that he haunts me.
I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional.
This tragedy was not intentional.
I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never.
She doesn't finish the sentence. Please know that it was unintentional. I would never what? She can't even say what she did. She leaves it hanging.
Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me.
That was you guys.
I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri, define profuse.
Profuse means, especially of something offered or discharged exuberantly plentiful, abundant.
Hey Siri. Oh, sorry. Hey Siri, define ceaseless.
Ceaseless means constant and unending.
So they're basically synonyms. I have a hard time saying in my head that her apology is unending and ceaseless when it started with accusations and ended with accusations.
Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin.
Okay. Please. I'm bleeding here because of you.
I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long, for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this.
Hey Siri, define soft-spoken.
Soft-spoken means speaking or said with a gentle, quiet voice.
Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died?
Anyone want to answer that in chat really quickly? Would I be the darling mother, celebrated mother of the year, if I were the one who died? Is she jealous of the kind words that are being said about her victim? Would you be saying nice things about me if I had died? She's jealous of the attention and the positive affirmations that are being offered about George after he's dead.
How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor.
Everyone else got celebrated, but because I survived, you're punishing me.
Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes.
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
There's the oral
I
statement.
do.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please. My statement, my verbal statement, is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am, and that I did care for George, and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days, and I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself, and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies.
Now you're just the one
This
body.
is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened. the ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him.
I don't buy it. The apology, she takes offense during it. She takes offense at them saying this is just a moment. Do you know who said it was just a moment? George Torres' family said, this is just a moment to you guys, but this is my life. Every day I wake up and I miss my son, I miss my brother, I miss my father every day. It's just a moment to you. And she's saying, hey, that offends me that you say this is just a moment because I'm the one that has to sit in jail. I'm the one that has to sit in jail over this. There's nothing Sarah loves more than her own voice. All eyes are on her. Glad it's over. It is over. That is probably something we will never see the likes of again. I have never seen an apology that is so unapologetic and so cruel in word and tone, just literally dragging the family through all that, blaming them for it.
Call from Bep.
Bep, this is Scott. How are you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to add, with the whole sentencing, I went into this kind of thinking she will probably get like 30, 40 years. I think that letter, the letter, I think that's what pushed that judge towards giving her life, because she absolutely showed no remorse and went to the point of even blaming his family.
I don't know if it made it any worse, because it sounded like he had pretty much prepared what he wanted to say, but it sure didn't help her. There was not
that
a word.
That much is obvious, right?
there's not a word of that would have given somebody, pause to say, maybe she deserves a second chance. But
yeah, I was expecting because it did seem to me that there was abuse on both sides. I was expecting that to be mitigating, but no. Not at all.
This has been a hard one because abuse is very difficult, and
right.
It's a terrible topic. Okay, it's a terrible topic to talk about because everyone's experience is different. Who's involved in it, and if you're not involved in it, you're pretty much you don't know what you're talking about, and so that's where I start from. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? What I do see is the videos of her. These are her videos, the ones she saved. She did not save videos of him being mean to her. She saved videos of her being mean to him on her phone.
Yeah, she probably replayed them because that's how the type of person she seems like.
I have a hard time seeing that. It doesn't match up with what we're told or what I hear or what I've been told from people who have lived and tragically been in that circumstance. Being the recipient of an abusive relationship. I think...
Yeah, at the very least, it wasn't a situation where she was just a person who was lorded over. I would say that. Yeah. I would say that much. And I do believe that she was abusive towards him.
Yeah.
I believe that, there were pictures and things. You can't deny the pictures that were out there of her.
Yeah.
And the stabbing, I don't want to say certain things because I'm not trying to get the channel flagged or nothing, but yeah. There's stuff that's undeniable on both sides. But yeah, she doesn't seem like a person who is just. You don't want to. I'm trying not to say certain stuff. But sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
We understand. It was a terrible situation, but.
That much is definitely obvious, and she definitely didn't help herself with that statement today.
Yeah, I'm surprised her lawyer allowed her to just edit it instead of said, now's not the time.
But do you think anybody could have convinced her to not have her moment?
I wonder if he tried. There was a time he was saying something and she was shaking her head before before it started. But maybe he was one last effort saying, "Hey, don't do this. It's a bad idea."
I don't think she would listen.
No, I don't think so. But I wonder if you asked her now if she still is happy with her lawyer, if the absolutely would still be her answer. So.
Yeah, now that she's about to be, she'll have time to blame the lawyer also, because, she's going to be in prison for the rest of her life. So she'll have time to add him to her list of people to blame also.
Yep. Bep, thank you very much for the call. Good talking to you again.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right. Sarah Boone received a life sentence at the hands of the judge, who took no time deliberating after all the testimony was in. And there was testimony. We even had expert witness testimony, which was sort of unsolicited. I'm curious about the financial end of that expert testimony, as I can't even remember her name, got up there and testified, and she said she wasn't asked to do it by the defense. She just did it on her own. Is she going to bill for these testimony hours? Is this just trying to get some more billable hours in off the state? I'm curious about that. Maybe it'll show up in the books. But yeah. Last words to her lawyer as he was walking out of court. Where basically it's like, well, I've got nothing to lose, so we might as well. Something to that effect. So I think they're going for an appeal. But I'm pretty sure Peter Tragos will go live about this. I know he's a few hours from home. This is a bit of a drive for him. Not sure if he's going to do a hotel up there or drive back home and do one tonight. It's probably going to be a late night stream for Peter, but I'd love to hear his take as well. He was there in the courtroom, as was our Jules, and we had obviously Chris outside. So big thanks to Jules and Chris. One call here.
Call from 1. To accept, press 1.
I couldn't quite hear the name. This is RA. Who am I speaking with?
Mary.
Mary?
Yeah.
How are
Can
you doing?
Hear me?
It's a little muffled, but yeah.
I'm sorry. She sounds like she was speaking from Shakespeare or something, and she was the murderer, and it was Georgia Swart. She was in this mess. That's all I have to say.
It very much came across as a soliloquy, which is an artistic a literature term that is commonly featured in Shakespeare plays.
Exactly.
It's where the main character stands up and just talks to nobody. And
exactly.
And that was her talking to herself about herself.
Mm-hmm.
But Mary,
I'm not surprised the family walked out on that. I could imagine them doing that, and it didn't surprise me.
Yeah, that was terrible to think that they had to hear any part of that.
Exactly. The mother had her hand in her hand the whole time, and then of course when that started, that was just even worse. That was just she just ugh.
Yep.
And I think the judge was mad, and that's why he gave her life.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing there for sure. Let me do a quick check. I know we might do a portal here. Just 1 second. Sorry. Mary, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once.
I understand. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Let's see. Peter's going to be live at 5:15. Oh, he's going to be live in just a few minutes. So let's do a portal over to Peter Tragos. Would that work? I can't wait to hear his take on this. If he'll let me redirect to him, which I think he will. I've done so before. Let's see. There we go. All right, we're going to redirect to Peter Tragos, who's going to be starting probably in about 7 minutes. So we'll portal to Peter. We're going to do a raid on Lawyer You Know, yes. He was there in the courtroom, sitting at the back on the side with, I believe he was on the family side, on the prosecution side. So we'll jump over there. We'll end our day by hearing his take as a lawyer in the courtroom. He's a real lawyer. I looked him up. Yes, he is. He's a real practicing lawyer. He and his dad, both. Let's see. Trail TV, thank you once again so much. Fabulous. Absolutely amazing job today. Let's talk afterwards about what we need to do for tomorrow. And so, sounds good. All right. I'm gonna go take an Advil, I think. After that, listening to Sarah, I think it broke my head. It broke my head. Trial TV did an absolute fabulous job. Appreciate their help on this one all throughout this case. Chris and Aaron are fantastic. Thank you, Jules, as well, for being our reporter in the courtroom. Both of you asking great questions with Mr. Owens afterwards. Love that as well. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Our case that we were going to go to, the golf cart wedding bride crash, DUI, murder. I don't know what we were going to call it. It had a huge name. But she pled out. She took a plea. It will not be going to trial. So we're going to be looking for another one. Bree sent me some information. I know Josh has sent me some. I know we were going to get to Judge Fleischer today. Had something that was good, but we didn't get to that. We might look at that tomorrow as well. You guys have a great night tonight. Enjoy going over there. Please be nice to Peter. Make sure you hit the like button when you land, as you have done here. And we will see you all in the morning. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
We here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.